get back into some Stephen King. Stephen King, Billy Summers by Stephen King. Chapter 5. 5. It rains all weekend. On Saturday morning, Billy goes to Walmart, where he buys a couple of cheap suitcases and a lot of cheap clothes. That'll fit his overweight Dalton Smith persona. He pays cash. Cash has amnesia. That afternoon, he sits out on the porch of the yellow house, watching the grass in his front yard. Watching it rather than merely looking at it, because he can almost see it perking up. This is not his house, not his town, nor his state. He'll leave without a look back or a single regret. But he still feels a certain proprietorial pride in his handiwork. It won't be worth mowing for a couple of weeks, maybe. Not even until August. But he can wait. And when he's out there, zinc ointment on his nose, mowing in gym shorts and sleeveless tee, maybe even a wife beater, he'll be one step closer to belonging, to blending in with the scenery. Mr. Lockridge? He looks next door. The two kids, Derek and Shanice Ackerman, are standing on their porch, looking at him through the rain. It's the boy who's spoken. My ma just made sugar cookies. She asked me to ask you if you want half a dozen. That sounds good, Billy says. He gets up and runs through the rain. Shanice, the 8-year-old, takes his hand with a complete lack of self-consciousness and leads him inside, where the smell of fresh-baked cookies makes Billy's stomach rumble. It's a neat little house, tight, ship-shape. There are about 100 framed photos in the living room, including a dozen on the piano that holds pride of place. In the kitchen, Corrine Ackerman is just removing a baking sheet from the oven. Hi, neighbor. You want a towel for your hair? I'm fine, thanks. Ran between the raindrops. He laughs. Then have a cookie. The kids are having milk with theirs. Would you like a glass? There's also coffee, if you'd prefer that. Milk would be fine. Just a little. Double shot? Smiling. Sounds about right. Smiling back. Then sits down. He sits with the kids. Green puts a plate of cookies on the table. Be careful, they're still hot. Your take homes will be the next batch, David. The kids grab. Billy takes one. It's sweet and delicious. Terrific, Corrine. Thank you. Just the thing on a rainy day. She gives her kids big glasses of milk. Billy a small one. Pours her own small glass and joins them. The rain drums on the roof. Car goes hissing by. I know your book is top secret, Derek says. But Don't talk with your mouth full, Kareem admonishes. You're spraying crumbs everywhere. I'm not, Cherie says. No, you're doing good, Kareem says. Then with a sideways glance at Billy. Doing well? Derek has no interest in grammar. But tell me one thing. Is there blood in it? Billy thinks of Bob Rains, flying backward. He thinks of his sister, with all her ribs broken. Yes, every fucking one. Her chest stomped in. Nope, no blood. He takes a bite of his cookie. Janice reaches for another. You can have that one, her mother says. And one more. You too, Dee. The rest are for Mr. Lockridge and for later. You know your dad likes these. Willie, she says, Jamal works 6 days a week and overtime when he can get it. Fazios are good about keeping track of these too while we're both at work. This is not a bad neighborhood, but we've got our eye on something better. Moving on up, says. Green laughs and nods. I don't ever want to move, Denise says, then adds with a child's charming dignity, have friends. So do I, Derek says. Hey, Mr. Lockridge, do you know how to play Monopoly? Me and Shan are going to play, but it's stupid with just two. Mom won't. Mom won't is right, Corrine says. Most boring game in the world. Get your father to play with you tonight. He will, if he's not too tired. That's hours away, Derek says. I'm bored right now. Me too, she says. If I had a phone, I could play Crossroad. Next year, Green says, and rolls her eyes in a way that makes Billy think the girl has been phone campaigning for quite a while. Maybe since the age of 5. Do you play? Derek asks. Although without much hope. I do, Billy says, then leans across the table, hitting Derek Ackerman with his eyes. But I have to warn you that I'm good. I play to win. So do I, Derek is smiling. Below his milk mustache, so do I, and he says. I wouldn't hold back just because you're kids. And I'm a grown-up. I'd wound you with my rental properties, then kill you with my hotels. If we're going to play, you have to know that up front. Okay, Derek says, jumping up and almost spilling the rest of his milk. Okay, Cherise cries, almost jumping up, also jumping up. Are you kids going to cry when I win? No. Okay, as long as we have that straight. Are you sure? He asks. That game, I swear it can go on all day. Not with me rolling the dice, Billy says. We play downstairs, he says, and once more takes his hand. The room down there is the same size as the one in Billy's house, but it's only half a man cave. In that part, Jamal has set up a workspace with tools pegged to the wall. There's also a bandsaw, and Billy notes with approval that there's a padlock to cover over the on-off switch. kids' half of the room is littered with toys and coloring books. There's a small TV hooked up to a cheap game console that uses cassettes. Really, it looks like a yard sale purchase. Board games are stacked against one wall. Derek takes the Monopoly box and puts the board on a child-sized table. Mr. Lockridge is too big for our chairs, and he says, sounding dismayed. I'll sit on the floor. Billy removes one of the chairs and does so. There's just room for his crossed legs under the table. Which piece you want? I usually take the racing car when it's just me and Shan, but you can have it if you want. That's okay. Which one do you like, Shan? The thimble, he says. Then it adds rather grudgingly, unless you want it. Billy takes the top hat. The game begins. 40 minutes later, when Derek's turn comes around again, he calls for his mother. Ma, I need advice. Corinne comes down the stairs and stands with her hands on her hips, surveying the board and the distribution of Monopoly money. I don't want to say you kids are in trouble, but you kids are in trouble. I warned them, Billy says. What do you want to ask me, Dee? Keep in mind, your mother barely passed home economics back in the day. Well, here's my problem, Derek says. You got two of the green ones, Pacific and Pennsylvania, but I got North Carolina. Mr. Lockridge says he'll give me $900 for it. That's 3 times what I paid. But, Corinne says, Billy says, but then he can put houses on the green ones, and he already has hotels on Park Place and Boardwalk. So, Corinne says. So, Billy says, grinning. I gotta go to the bathroom, and I'm almost broke anyways. And he says and gets up. Honey, you don't need to announce your bathroom calls. You just need to say, excuse me. And he says, with that same winning dignity, I'm going to powder my nose, okay? Billy bursts out laughing. Corinne joins him. Derek pays no attention. He studies the board, then looks up at his mother. Sell or not, I'm almost out of money. It's a Hobson's choice, Billy says. That means you have to decide between taking a chance or standing pat. Between you and me, Dee. I think you're kind of skunk either way. I think he's right, hon, Green says. He's really lucky, Derek says to his mother. He landed on free parking and got all the money in there, and it was a bundle. Also, I'm really good. Admit it. Derek tries to scowl, but can't manage it for a long time. He holds up the deed with the green stripe. 1,200. Done, Billy cries. Hands over the cash. 20 minutes later, the children are bankrupt and the game is over. When Billy stands up, his knees crack, and the kids laugh. You guys lost, so you have to put the game away, right? That's the way Daddy plays too, she says. But sometimes he lets us win. Billy leans down, smiling. I don't do that. Big bully, she says, and giggles with her hands over her mouth. Danny Fazio comes jingling down the stairs in a yellow rain slicker, and unbuckled galoshes that gape like funnels. Can I play? Next time, Billy says. I make it a policy to only beat up on kids once a weekend. It's just more joking around, what these kids might call throwing shade. But suddenly he sees burned cookies littering the floor in front of the stove in their trailer and the cast on Bob Rain's arm putting against the side of Kathy's face, and it isn't funny anymore. The three kids laugh because to them it is. None of them have watched their sister being stepped on by a drunken ogre with a fading mermaid on his arm. Upstairs, Corinne gives him a bag of cookies, says, "Thank you for making a rainy day so much fun for them." I had fun too. He did, right up until the end. When he gets home, he throws the cookies into the trash. Green Ackerman is a good little baker, but he can't think of eating cookies now. He can't even bear to look at them. Hi, Squeaky Belt. Welcome to join if you'd like. Number's right above you. Salt_RT 553 if you want to jump in. Plenty of room. Six. On Monday, he goes to see the rental agent who does business in the sad little strip mall 3 blocks from 658. Merton Richter's office is a hole in the wall. 2-roomer between a tanning salon and the Jolly Roger tattoo parlor. Thank you for the redeems, by the way. Parked in front is a blue SUV, pretty old, with a stick-on sign on one side reading Richter Real Estate and a long scratch on the other. The guy gives Dalton Smith painstakingly crafted references a cursory glance, then hands them back, along with a rental agreement. The places where Billy is supposed to sign have been highlighted in yellow. You could tell me it's a little over market, Richter says, as if Billy had protested. And you might be right, but only a little. Considering the furnishings and the Wi-Fi, and with no street parking until 6 p.m., the driveway is a real convenience. You'll be sharing it with Jensen, of course. I'm planning to keep my car in a municipal garage for the most part. I can use the exercise. He pats his fake belly. The rent does seem a little high, but I want the place. Sight unseen, Richter marvels. Miss Jensen spoke well of it. Ah, I see. In any case, if we're in agreement, Billy signs the form and writes his debut check as Dalton Smith. First month, last month, and damage deposit. That's fucking outrageous unless the cookware is all clad. The China Limoges and the lamps come with Tiffany shades. IT guy, huh? Richter says, dashing the check away in his desk drawer. He pushes an envelope marked keys across the desk, then whacks his old PC like you'd whack a dog you don't have much use for, but keeps hanging around. I could sure use some help with this bulky bitch. I'm off the clock, but I can give you some advice, which is replace it before you lose everything. Do you hook me up with heat, electric, water, and cable? Richter smiles as if giving Billy a prize. Nope, that's all on you, brother, and offers his hand. Billy could ask Richter what he actually does for his commission. The agreement is pretty obviously a form printed off the internet with the local details dropped in. But does he care? Not at all. Seven. Billy would like to get back to his store. It seems premature to call it a book. Get back to his story. It seems premature to call it a book, and maybe unlucky as well. There's more to do. When the banks open on Tuesday, he goes to Southern Trust and withdraws some of the walking around has been deposited in a David Lockridge account. He goes to 3 different chain stores, buys 3 more laptop computers, all for cash, all cheap off-brand, like the Altec. He also buys a cheap table model TV that he pays for with a Dalton Smith credit card. Next on his list is leasing a car. He stashes his Toyota in a garage on the other side of town from the one he uses at David Lockridge, not wanting to chance anyone from his building seeing him in his Dalton Smith rig. That would be a small chance at this time of day. All the worker bees should be in their hive. But taking even small chances is stupid. It's how people get nailed. When he put on the wig and glasses, mustache, and the belly rig, he calls an Uber and asks to be driven to McCoy Ford on the western edge of the city. There he leases a Ford Fusion for 36 months. The dealer reminds him that if Billy drives it over 10,500 miles per year, he'll pay a pretty hefty overcharge. Billy doubts if he'll even put 300 miles on the Fusion. The important thing is that Billy has wheels Nick knows about. And Dalton Smith now has wheels Nick doesn't. It's a precaution in this case. Nick should be planning something hinky. But it's more. It's keeping Dalton Curtis Smith separate from what's going to happen on those courthouse steps, keeping him clean. Billy parks his new ride next to his old ride. Different garage, same upper level, blind spot, long enough to transfer the TV and new laptops to the Fusion. Also, the cheap suitcases he stashes in the Toyota trunk late last night. They're filled with the cheap Walmart clothes. He drives the Fusion to 658 Pearson Street and parks in the driveway, which is your basic asphalt stub with grass growing up the middle. He hopes Mrs. Jensen will see him moving in, but he's not disappointed. Does Dalton Smith see her looking down from her second story window? Billy decides he doesn't. Dalton is a computer nerd, lost in his own world. He struggles and puffs two of the suitcases up to the door and uses his new key to unlock it. 9 steps down take him to the door of Dalton Smith. Dalton Smith's new apartment, where he uses another key. The door opens directly onto the living room. He drops the bags on the industrial carpet and walks around, checking out the 4 rooms. 5 if you count the bathroom. Furnishings are quite nice, Victor said. That's not true, but they're not terrible either. The word generic comes to mind. The bed's a double, and when Billy lies down on it, there are creaks, but no springs, poking at him. So that's a win. There's an easy chair in front of a table, obviously meant to hold a small TV, like the one he bought at Discount Electronics. Chair's comfortable enough, but the zebra striping is almost the stuff of nightmare. You'll want to cover it with something. On the whole, he likes the place. He goes to the one narrow window, which is set at lawn level. It's almost like looking out through a periscope, he thinks. He digs the perspective, feels cozy. somehow. He likes the Midwood neighborhood, especially the Ackerman next door, but he thinks he likes this place better. It has a sense of safety. There's an old couch that also looks comfortable, and he decides he'll move it to where the zebra striped chair is now, so he can sit on it and look out at the street. People passing on the sidewalk might look at the house, but most won't glance down at basement windows and see him looking back. It's a den, he thinks. If I have to go to ground, this is where I should do it. Not some safe house in Wisconsin. Besides, this place is actually in a... There's a slight knock from behind him. Actually, more of a rattle. He turns and sees Miss Jensen standing in a door he left open, twiddling her fingernails on the jamb. Hello, Mr. Smith. Oh, hi. His Dalton Smith voice is slightly higher than the one he uses as Billy Summers, David Lockridge. A little breathy. Maybe a touch of asthma. You caught me moving in, Miss Jensen. He gestures to the suitcases. Since we're going to be neighbors, why don't you call me Beverly? Okay, thanks. I'm Dalton. Sorry, I can't offer you coffee or anything. No supplies yet. I totally understand. Moving in's crazy, isn't it? Sure is. The good part is I travel a lot, so I don't have a lot. Seen more motels than I ever wanted to. Spending the rest of the week in Lincoln, Nebraska, then Omaha. Billy has found that if you lie about business, travel to cities of secondary size and importance in economic scheme of things, people believe you. I've got a few more things to bring in, so if you'll excuse me. You need help? No, I'm fine. Then, as if reconsidering, well, they go out to the Fusion. Billy gives her the 3 off-brand computers. With the boxes in her arms, she looks like a woman who delivers for Domino's. Gosh, I better not drop these. They're brand new. Probably worth a fortune. They're only worth about $900. But Billy doesn't contradict her. He asks if they're too heavy. Who? Less than a laundry basket of wet wash. Are you going to set all these up? As soon as I get the power on, yes. It's how I do my business. Some of it, anyways. Most I outsource. Outsource is one of those impressive sounding words that might mean anything. He hefts out the carton containing the TV. They go up the walk, through the open front door, down the stairs. Come on up once you're a little better settled, Beverly Jensen says. I'll put on a coffee pot, and I can give you a donut, if you don't mind. Day old. I never say no to a donut. Thank you, Miss Jensen. Beverly. Miles. Beverly. Right. One more suitcase to bring in, and then I'll be with you. Bucky has sent Billy's box to one marked safeties. The one marked safeties. Dalton Smith's iPhone is in it. Once he's unloaded the Fusion, Billy uses it to make some Dalton Smith calls. By the time he's drunk up cup of coffee and eaten a donut in the Jensen's second floor apartment, listening with apparent fascination as Beverly tells him all about her husband's problems with the boss at the company where he works. Power is on in his new place, his below ground den. Eight. He's at 6:58 until mid-afternoon, unpacking the cheap clothes, booting up the cheap computers, shopping at the Bookshires a mile away. Except for a dozen eggs and some butter, he steers clear of perishables. Most of what he buys is stuff that will keep when he's not here, canned goods and frozen dinners. At 3 o'clock, he drives the leased Fusion back to the fourth level parking garage, number 2, and after making sure he's unobserved, removes the glasses and fake facial hair. Getting rid of the fake belly is an incredible relief, and he sees he'll need to get some baby powder if he wants to avoid a rash. He drives the Toyota back to parking garage number 1, then returns to the 5th floor of the Girard Tower. He doesn't work on his story, and he doesn't play games on the computer either. He just sits and thinks. No rifle in the office. Nothing more lethal than a paring knife in one of the kitchenette's drawers. And that's okay. It may be weeks or even months before Billy needs a gun. The assassination might not even happen at all. And would that be so bad? In monetary terms, yes. He'd lose 1.5 mil. As for the 500,000 he's already been paid, would the person who ordered the assassination, one Nick is go-betweening for, want the money back? Good luck with that, Bill. Nine. As he plods to the parking garage, Billy is thinking about bigamy. He's never been married once, let alone to 2 different women at the same time. But now he knows how that must feel. In a word, exhausting. He's getting his feet set in not just 2 different lives, but 3. Nick and Giorgio, almost Ken Hoff, which he hates. He's a gun for hire named Billy Summers. To the inhabitants of the Girard Tower, he's a wannabe writer named David Lockridge. Ditto the residents of Evergreen Street in Midwood. And now, on Pearson Street, 9 blocks from Girard Tower and 4 safe miles from Midwood, he is an overweight computer geek named Dalton Smith. Come to think of it, there's even a 4th life. That of Benji Compson, who is just enough not Billy so Billy can look at painful memories he usually avoids. He started writing Benji's story on the laptop. Pretty sure, no, positive, has been cloned because it was a challenge and because it's that fabled last job. But he now understands there was a deeper, truer reason. He wants to be by anyone, even a couple of Vegas hardballs like Nick Margarian and Giorgio Piglielli. Now he understands. He never did before, never even considered it. That any writer who goes public with his work is courting danger. Part of the allure. Look at me. I'm showing you what I am. My clothes are off. I'm exposing myself. As he approaches the entrance to the parking garage, deep in these thoughts, there's a tap on his shoulder that makes him jump. He turns and sees Phyllis Stanhope, the woman from the accounting firm. I'm sorry, she says, taking a step back. I didn't mean to startle you. Has she seen something in that unguarded moment? A flash of who he really is? Is that what the backward step was about? Maybe. If so, he tries to dismiss it with an easy smile and absolute truth. It's fine. I was just a million miles away. Thinking about your story? About bigamy. That's right. Phyllis falls in step beside him. Her handbag is slung over one shoulder. She's also wearing a child's backpack with SpongeBob on it and has exchanged her click-clack shoes for white socks and sneakers. I didn't see you at lunch today. Did you eat at your desk? I was out and about, still trying to get settled in. Plus, I had a long talk with my agent. He did, in fact, speak with Giorgio, although it wasn't a long talk. Nick has returned to Vegas, but Giorgio is in residence at the McMansion. And he brought the two new guys. Reggie and Dana are their names with him. Billy doesn't think Nick and Georgie Pigs are tag teaming him exactly, but this is a very big deal for them. Billy would be surprised if they were careless. Shocked, really. The one may actually be keeping an eye on his. The one they may actually be keeping an eye on is Ken Hoff, the patsy in waiting. Besides, even a writer's not at his desk working. He taps his temple. She returns a smile. It's a good one. Bet that's what they all say. In truth, I seem to have hit a little bit of a roadblock. Maybe it's the change of scene. Maybe. He doesn't think there actually is a roadblock. He hasn't written anything beyond that first episode. But the rest is right there, waiting. He wants to get to it. It means something to him. It's not like journaling. It's not an effort to make peace with a life that has, in many ways, been unhappy and traumatic. It's not confessional, even though it may amount to a confession. It's about power. He's finally tapped into power that doesn't come from the barrel of a gun, like the view from his new apartment's ground level window. Likes it. In any case, he says, as they reach the entrance to the parking garage, I plan to buckle down starting tomorrow. She raises her eyebrows. Jam yesterday, jam tomorrow. He chimes in and they finish together, but never jam today. In any case, I can't wait to read it. They start up the ramp. It's deliciously cool after that hammer-stroke sun on the street. He stops halfway to the first turn. This is me. He beeps her key fob. The tail lights of the little blue Prius respond. 2 bumper stickers flank her license plate. Our bodies, our choice, and we leave the woman. We have to get keyed with those, Billy says. This is a deep red state. She lifts her purse in front of her and gives a smile unlike the one she greeted him with. This is more of a Dirty Harry smile. It's also a concealed carry state. So if anyone tries to key off my bumper stickers, they better do it while I'm not around. Is that more show than go? The little accountant lady putting on a badass front for a man she might be interested in? Maybe, maybe not. Either way, he admires her for being out front with what she believes, for being brave. This is how a good person acts. At least it is when they are being their best selves. Well, I'll see you around the campus. I'm up a few levels. Couldn't find anything closer? Really? He could say it's because he came in late today, but that might come back to bite him, because he always parks on 4. He hoists a thumb. Less chance of bump and run up there. Or getting your bumper stickers keyed off. I don't have any, Billy says, and adds the absolute truth. I like to fly under the radar. Then on impulse, and he is rarely an impulsive. He says what he promised himself he would not. Come for a drink with me sometime. Want to? Yes, with no hesitation, as if she's just been waiting for him. Pop the question. What about Friday? There's a nice place 2 blocks over. We can go Dutch. I always go Dutch when I have a drink with a man. Pauses. At least the first time. Probably a good policy. Drive safely, Phyllis. Phil. Call me Phil. Creep. He gives her tail lights a wave before walking the rest of the way up to the 4th level. There's an elevator, but he wants the walk. He wants to ask himself why the fuck he did what he just did. Or what about playing Monopoly with Derek and Shanice Ackerman? Especially when he knows they'll want a return engagement the coming weekend. And he'll probably oblige. What happened to getting friendly but not too close? Can you be part of the scenery when you're in the foreground? Short answer. Hang tight, chat. Be right back. Take a restroom break. We'll get into chapter 6. Hi, Anthony. How are you? Anthony coming in with first in chat, too, by the way. And, of course, means how we're just in books. You know.
Triangle only, okay. I was just swapping between everything.
There's a number if you guys want.
La sensibile diminuzione sul nord Italia con valori in primato del 3, meno 14 osservate Bolzano, Ostia, meno 11 Torino, meno 10 Cuneo, meno 12 Milano. La diminuzione è stata risentita anche in alcune regioni del sud Italia, prevalso un aumento sulla Calabria. E adesso direi di passare immediatamente alla teleimmagine del satellite Meteosat Italia, ecco la dimostrazione. Il gran freddo di Genova, il tutto secco potremmo dire, qualche banco di Tostia sulla pianura padana, ma il cielo sereno, l'arco delle Alpi. Poi praticamente dall'altezza di Rimini e verso sud è tutta la intensa copertura nuvolosa legata al sistema di conformazione che adesso devo dimostrarvi il quadro europeo. Io desidero darvi lo schema, anche se previsto per domani, è poco diverso da questo fatto.
Now those should be working.
Take the ball. I don't want the ball. Take the ball. I don't want it. Ah, fuck you.
Did somebody say waffles?
No.
I have brain damage.
It'd be good to go. Now you can play those all you want. Hydrate. I'm like,
Quack, quack. Quack. Quack.
hey, look at you go. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. How you doing, Will? Anthony? Squeaky belt? Was everybody's morning? You're awake? Or you're awake, or are you gonna fall back like normal? Daisy going? On. Rocking the Daisy. All good. Chapter 6. So is Ernie from Sesame Street, final boss, this kid? Probably not. Wasn't aware there was a final boss in. Anyway, chapter 6, number 1. Summer rolls along. Hot and humid days of blaring sunshine, punctuated by sudden thunders. Some of them vicious, with throats full of hail. A couple of tornadoes strike, but on the outskirts, none downtown or in Midwood. When the storms blow out, they leave streets and streams to dry quickly. Most of the apartments on the upper floors of the Girard Tower are empty, either unoccupied or deserted by the residents for cooler climes. Most of the businesses remain fully staffed, as most of them are young firms still struggling to find their footing. Some, like the law firm down the hall from Billy's office, are startups that didn't even exist. Billy and Phil Stanhope go for a drink and in a pleasant wood panel bar adjacent to what Billy guesses is one of the Bluff's better restaurants, where steaks are a specialty of the house. She has a whiskey and soda. My dad's triple, says. Billy has an Arnold Palmer, claiming he's off alcohol, even beer, while working on his book. I don't know if I'm actually an alcoholic. Jury's out on that, says. But I've had trouble with the booze. He gives her the backstory he's been given by Nick and Giorgio. Too much drinking back home in New Hampshire, with too many party animal friends. They spend a pleasant enough half hour, but he senses her interest in him as anything more than a friend. That is not as strong as he maybe had hoped it would be. He thinks of the gulf between what's in their glasses. Drinking whiskey with a man who's drinking an iced tea lemonade mix, like drinking alone. And maybe the quick color that dashes into her cheeks as she takes down what's in hers suggests it might be so. Bill has a booze problem herself, or will in the coming years. Too bad things are as they are, because he wouldn't mind taking her to bed. But keeping it friendly does lessen the chance of complications. He won't fade entirely into the background with her. There is that liking on both their parts. But no forensic unit will ever find his fingerprints in her bedroom. That's good for both of them. Yet even getting this close, exchanging life summaries, hers real, his bogus, is too close, and he knows it. Dalton Smith has a backstory that doesn't include problems with booze, so he can have a beer on the back stoop of 658 Pearson's with Beverly's husband, Don Jensen. Don Jensen works for a landscaping company called Growing Concern. He's totally down with that other Don, the other who sits in much grander digs at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. He especially agrees with the other Don when it comes to the issue of immigration. Don't want to see America painted brown, says. Even though a large part of the Growing Concern workforce consists of undocumented aliens who don't speak English, although they do speak food stamp. Yes. When Billy points out the contradiction, Don Jensen waves it away. Movie stars come and go, but wetbacks are forever, he says. He asks Billy where he's off to next. Billy says, a couple of weeks in Iowa City, then on to Des Moines and Ames. Sure don't spend much time here, Don says. Seems like a waste of rent money. Summer's always my busiest time, and I need a place to hang my hat. You may see more of me this fall. I'll drink to that. Want another beer? No, thanks, Billy says, getting up. I got some work to do. Nerd. John says, gives him an affectionate clap on the back. Guilty as charged, Billy says. On Evergreen Street, the Raglins, Paul and Denise, invite him over for barbecue chicken from Big Clucks. For dessert, Denise serves strawberry shortcake made in her own kitchen. It's delicious. Billy has seconds. The Fazios, Pete and Diane, invite him over for Friday pizza, which they eat in the downstairs rumpus room, watching Raiders of the Lost Ark, along with Danny Fazio and the Ackerman kids from across the street. The movie works as well for them as it did for Billy and Kathy when they want to see it at a third run showing at the old Bijou. Jamal and Corinne Ackerman have him over for tacos and chocolate silk pie. It's delicious. Billy has seconds. He put on 5 pounds, not wanting to look like the neighborhood freeloader. He buys a grill at Walmart, using one of his David Lockridge credit cards, and invites all 3 families, plus Jane Kellogg, the widow who lives at the far end of the block, over for burgers and hot dogs in his backyard, which, like the front one, is enjoying a nice revival under his supervision. Weekend Monopoly games continue. Now they draw kids from all over the neighborhood, not just Evergreen Street. Everyone vying to dethrone the champ. Billy takes them all to the cleaners. On Saturday, Jamal Ackerman takes a seat at the board, claiming the race car as his token. Come on, white America, says Billy with a grin. He's a little tougher than the kids, but not much. After several minutes, he's broke and Billy is gloating. It's Corinne who finally takes him down on the last Saturday before school reconvenes. All the kids who've been kibitzing applaud when Billy declares bankruptcy. So does Billy. Green bows, then takes a picture of the board that Billy is careful not to be in. Not that it matters much. This is the age of cell phone cameras, and he's sure he's on Derek's, probably on Danny Fazio's too. The Ackerman kids are looking at Billy with shining eyes as they applaud. These games have become important to Derek and Shanice, all the kids, but especially to them, because they were there when the Saturday game started. He has become important to them, and he's going to let them down. He doesn't believe, or can't, or refuses to, that he is actually going to break their hearts when he kills Joel Allen. But he knows they will be shocked and shaken, disillusioned, touched, he can tell himself. If not by me, then by someone else. And does, but it won't wash. This is not how a good person behaves, but the situation is inflexible. He more and more hopes Allen will avoid extradition or be killed in lockup or even escape, rendering the whole thing moot. Weekdays he eats at the plaza of the Girard Tower, if it's not too hot. He makes it his business to strike up an acquaintance with Colin White, a flashy dresser. White comes across not as a stereotypical gay man, but as an actual caricature, a figure of fun out of the 1980s sitcom. He's all breathy voice and exaggerated gesture, and great big, oh my god, eye rolls. Calls Billy darling and honey pie. Once Billy gets past that, he discovers a man of great wit, cutting wit. And when the eyeballs aren't rolling, they're sharply observant. Later, after the deed is done, there will be many descriptions of David Lockridge, some including Phyllis Stanhope's, will be good, but Billy thinks that this man will be the most accurate. He intends to use Colin White, but in the meantime, he needs to be careful of him. Billy has the dumb self. He thinks Colin White has a silly fucker self. It takes one to know one. One day while they're sitting on a bench in the plaza, scant noon shade, Billy asks Colin how he can do his job of cozying people out of a few bucks when he's basically, face it, a pretty nice guy. Not to mention as gay as Aunt Maud's Easter hat. Colin puts a hand to the side of his face, gives Billy a wide-eyed, ingenuous stare, and says, well, I sort of change. The hand drops. The pleasant smile, enhanced by just the barest touch of lip gloss, disappears. So does the lilting delivery. The voice that comes out of wispy Colin White today, dressed in his gold parachute pants and high-collared paisley shirt, is that of a pissed-off lawyer. Ma'am, I don't know who you've been soft-soaping, but I am immune. You're all out of time. You want to keep your car? Because if I hang up on you without getting something, and I mean more than a promise, my next call is going to be to the repo company. We try all you want. I'm immune to that too. He sounds it. I need 60 bucks on my screen in the next 10 minutes. $50 at the very least, and only because I got up on the right side of the bed this morning. He stops, looking at Billy with wide eyes, enhanced by just a trace of liner. Does that help you understand? It does. What it doesn't help Billy to understand is whether Colin White is a good person or a bad one. Perhaps he's both. Billy has always found this to be a troubling concept. Two, he gets a text from his agent on his David Lockridge phone that summer. Sometimes once a week, sometimes twice. G. Russo. Your editor hasn't had a chance to read your latest pages yet. G. Russo. I also called your editor, but he was out of the office. Your editor is still in California. And so on. The one he's waiting for, the one meaning that a California judge has approved Alan's extradition will be your editor wants to publish. When Billy gets that, he'll begin his final preparations. Giorgio's final text will read, "Check is on the way." You guys enjoying the book so far?
You are going into the future.
Hope so. I am.
Ehi mamma, stavolta hai fatto un minestrone scato.
Dick returns from Vegas. 3. Dick returns from Vegas in mid-August, calls Billy and tells him to arrive at the McMansion after dark, an instruction Billy hardly needs. They sit down to a late dinner at 9:30. There's no help. Dick cooks himself. Veal Parmesan. Not great, but the Pinot Noir is good. Billy takes only a single glass, mindful of the drive back. Frankie, Polly, and the new guys, Reggie and Dana, are in attendance. They praise the meal extravagantly, including the dessert, which is a supermarket pancake garnished with either Cool Whip or Dream Whip. Billy knows the taste. He ate his share as a kid on Friday nights at the Stepanek house, which he and Robin and Gad, plus other assorted inmates, called the House of Everlasting Paint. That place is on his mind a lot these days. Robin, too. He was crazy for that girl. Soon he will be writing about her, although he'll change her name to something similar. Ricky, or maybe Ronnie. He'll change all the names, except maybe for the one-eyed group. Most of Nick's crew, the guys Billy thinks of as the Vegas Hardballs, have names ending in IE, like characters in a Coppola or Scorsese movie. Dana Edison is different. He's a redhead with a tight little man bun in the back to make up for what he's lost in front. His forehead looks more like a runway. Frankie, Elvis, Polly, and Reggie are muscular boys. Dana is slight and looks out at the world through rimless spectacles. At first glance, you might take him to be inoffensive. At Mr. Milquetoast. But the eyes behind the specs are blue and cold. Computer's eyes. No word on Alan yet? Billy asks when the meal is finished. As a matter of fact, there is. Then to Polly, don't you like that fucking stink bomb, man? There's a no smoking clause in the lease. Violations cause for immediate termination, plus $1,000 fine. Polly Logan looks at the cheroot he's taken from the pocket of his pink Paul Stewart shirt like he doesn't know where it came from, and puts it back with a muttered apology. Nick turns back to Billy. Alan is going to be in court the Tuesday after Labor Day. His lawyer will cry for another continuance. Will he get it? Nick lifts his hands, palms up. Maybe, but what I'm hearing from my friends in LA is this judge is a grumpy old cunt. Frank McIntosh laughs, then stops and crosses his arms over his chest. But Nick frowns at him. Nick has been in a shitty mood most of the night. Billy thinks he wants to be back in Vegas, listening to some old-timer, Frankie Avalon, maybe Bobby Rydell sing full air. They tell me this has been a rainy summer here, Billy. That true? It comes and goes, Billy says, thinking of his lawn in Midwood. It's as green as he felt on a new, it's as green as the felt on a new pool table. Even the grass in front of 658 Pearson looks better, and the brick jaw of the train station across the street is hidden by high sprouting weeds. When it comes hard, Reggie says. Not much like Vegas, boss. Can you make the shot in the rain? Nick asks. That's what I want to know, and I want the truth, not some optimistic bullshit. Unless it's pouring cats and dogs, sure. Good. We'll hope the cats and dogs stay home. Come in the library with me, Billy. I want to talk to you a little more. Then you can go home and get your beauty rest. You guys find something to do. Ollie, if you smoke that thing outside, don't let me find the butt on the lawn. Okay, Nick. Because I'll look. Paul Logan and the three Vegas imports group out. Nick takes Billy into a room lined floor to ceiling with books. Cunning little spotlights shine down sprays of light on the leather-bound sets. Billy would love to browse those shelves. Pretty sure he sees the complete works of both Kipling and Dickens. But that's not the sort of thing the Billy Nick Nose would do. Billy Nick Nose sits in a wingback chair and gives Nick his best wide-eyed, receptive look. Have you seen Reggie and Dana around? Yes, once in a while. They drive a DPW panel truck. Once they were parked at the curb in front of the Girard Tower where the food trucks roost at lunchtime. They were fiddling with a manhole cover. Another time he saw them on Holland Street, kneeling down and shining their lights into a sewer grate. They were wearing gray coveralls. city gimme caps, work boots. You'll see them more. They look okay? Billy shrugs. Nick returns it with an impatient look. What does that mean? They looked away, not attracting any. They looked okay, not attracting any special attention. Not that I saw. Good, good. Truck's in the garage. The truck's in the carriage house here. They don't take it out every day. At least not yet. But I want people to get used to seeing them cruising around, blending into the scenery. Billy says with his best dumb self smile. Nick points a finger gun at him. It's his trademark. Billy knows probably picked it up from some Vegas lounge act. But Billy doesn't care for having even a make-believe gun pointed at him. Exactly right. Off deliver your weapon yet? No. You seen him? No, and don't much want to. Okay. Nick sighs and runs a hand through his hair. Probably you'd like to sight the gun in, right? Take a few shots out in the country? Maybe, Billy says, but he won't risk shooting. Even out in the Tules, where every stop sign has been riddled with bullet holes. He can zero the rifle with an iPhone app and a laser gadget they sell on Amazon. Nick leans forward, hands clasped in front of his considerable basket. He wears an expression of friendly concern. To Billy, it makes him look like an imposter. How are you doing out there in, what's it called, Midwood? Midwood, yeah, pretty good. Kind of a shithole, I know, but the payoff will be worth it. Yeah. I think it's actually a pretty nice neighborhood. Keeping a low profile, Billy nods. No need for Nick to know about the Monopoly games, or the get-together in his backyard, or the drink he had with Phil Stanhope, now or ever. Have you thought any more about the getaway plan I mentioned to you? Because as you see, the boys will be ready when it's time. Reggie's no rocket scientist, but Dana is a thinking cat. And both of them can drive. You just run around the corner, right? Get in the back of the van. Right, and change into one of the coveralls, like the ones the city employees wear. You guys ask the cops if you can help with crowd control or something? Like Billy's forgotten all this. They say yes, they probably won't, but if they do, you pitch right in. Either way, you'll be out of state and on your way to Wisconsin by nightfall. Maybe sooner. So what do you think? Billy pictures himself not on his way to Wisconsin, but lying dead beside the country road in a ditch along with beer cans and discarded Big Mac boxes. That picture is very clear. He smiles, big smile, says, sounds good. Better than anything I could have thought of, which is bullshit. what he's thought of seems strong to him, no matter how much he turns it this way and that. There are risks, but they're minimal. Nick doesn't need to know the actual getaway plan. He may be pissed off later, but really, how pissed can he be if the job gets done? Nick rises to his feet. Good. Glad to help you out, Billy. You're a good man. No, I'm not. And neither are you. Thanks, Nick. Last job, huh? You really mean that? I do. Well, come here, Bambino. Give me a hug. Billy does. It isn't that he doesn't trust Nick. He thinks on his way back to the Yellow House. It's just that he trusts himself more. Always has, always will.
Poco nuvoloso variabile la fascia centrale, peggioramento sulle regioni nord-occidentali, in estensione il giorno seguente, cioè il giorno 8, non domani, a tutto il nord della penisola. La temperatura di conseguenza rimane sui valori attuali. Grazie, arrivederci.
A couple of days later, there's a knock on the door of his little office. Billy has been riding, lost in a past that's partly Benji Thompson's, but mostly his. He saves his work, shuts down, and opens the door. It's Ken Hoff. He looks like he's lost 10 pounds since Billy saw him in June. The scruff on his face is scruffier than ever. Maybe he still thinks it makes him look like the leading man in an action movie. But to Billy, he looks like a guy's one day off, a 5-day drunk. His breath doesn't help. The mint he's chewing can't disguise the shot or two he had on his way here. At 10:40 in the morning. His tie is natty, but his shirt is wrinkled and a bit untucked on one side. This is trouble on two legs, Billy thinks. Hello, Billy. Dave, remember? Sure, Dave, right. Hoff looks over his shoulder, making sure there's no one in the hall. Might have overheard his mistake. Can I come in? Sure, Mr. Hoff. He's not going to call the man who's essentially his landlord. And he stands aside. Hoff takes another look over his shoulder and comes in. They're standing in what would be the receptionist area for this, if this was an actual business office. Billy closes the door. What can I do for you? Nothing, I'm fine. Hoff wets his lips and Billy realizes the man is afraid of him. Just came by to see if everything was, alright. If you needed anything. Nick sent him, Billy thinks, a message. You got off on the wrong floor with Billy and he's our man on the spot. We'll get right with him. Just one thing. You make sure the merch is there when I need it, right? Meaning the M24. What Hoff called a Remington 700. That's all in hand. All in hand, my friend. You want it now or no? One of our friends will tell you when it's time. Until then, keep it someplace safe. No problem. It's in my I don't want to know. Not yet. Efficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Thanks. Book of Matthew. What he wants on this day is to get back to what he's doing. He had no idea how good writing could make you feel. Okay, sure. Listen, you want to go for a drink sometime? That wouldn't be a good idea. Hoff smiles. Probably it's charming when he's on his game, but he's not on it now. He's in a room with a paid killer. That's part of it, but not all of it. This is a man who feels the walls closing in. Billy doesn't think it's because Hoff thinks he might be played for a patsy. He should know, but he doesn't. Maybe he can't conceive of the way Billy can't conceive of black holes far out in space, the actual real things. It'd be okay. You're a writer after all, socially. You're in my zone. Whatever that means, Billy thinks. Wouldn't be good later. For you, you could answer any questions. Say you had no idea what I was really doing here. But it'd be better if the questions never got asked. But we're good, Billy, right? It's Dave. Need to get used to that so you don't slip up. And sure, we're good. Why wouldn't we be? Billy gives him a wide-eyed, dumb self look. It works. This time Hoff's grin is marginally more charming because his tongue doesn't come out to slurp his lips in the middle of it. Dave, now and forever, I won't forget again. You sure you don't need anything? Because hey, I own the Carmike Cinema at the Southgate Mall. That screen's got IMAX coming in next year. I could get you a pass if you. That would be great. Terrific. I'll bring it around this after. Why don't you just mail it? Here, or to the address on Evergreen Street. You've got it, right? Sure, yeah. Your agent gave it to me. All the big pictures play in the summer, you know. Billy nods as if he can't wait to go see a bunch of actors in super suits. And listen, Dave, I've got an in at an escort service. Very nice girls, very discreet. I'd be happy to, better not. Low profile, remember? He opens the door. Hoff isn't just trouble. Hoff is an accident waiting to happen. Herb Dean treating you all right? The security guard who works days in the lobby. Yeah, he and I match for buck scratch-offs. Tickets sometimes. Hoff laughs too loudly. Then looks over his shoulder again for people who might overhear. Billy wonders if Colin White and the other staff members of the Business Solutions have Ken Hoff on their call list. Probably not. People Ken is in debt to, and he is in debt. Billy's sure of it. Don't call you on the phone. At a certain point, they just come to your house, round your dog in the swimming pool, break your fingers on a can that doesn't write checks. Good. That's good. And Steve Broder, off Billy's blank look. Building manager? Haven't even seen him. Listen, kid. Thanks for stopping by. Billy puts an arm around the shoulders of the man's wrinkled shirt, escorts him into the hall, and turns him toward the elevator. You bet. And I'll be Johnny on the spot with that item. I know you will be. Hal starts down the hall, but just when Billy thinks he's rid of him, Hoff comes back. No hiding the desperation in those eyes now. He speaks low. Really good, right? I mean, if I did anything to offend you, piss you off, I apologize. Really good, Billy says, thinking this guy could fall. And if he does, it won't be Nick Majorian on ground zero. It'll be me. Because I need this, Hoff says, speaking low. Smelling of certs, booze, and greed cologne. It's like I'm a quarterback and my receivers are covered, but then the slot opens up. Opens like magic, and I, in the middle of this strangled metaphor, the door to the lawyers down the Jim Albright steps out, headed for the bathroom. He sees Billy and lifts a hand. Billy lifts his in return. I get it. Everything's going to be fine. And because he can think of nothing else, touchdown ahead. Off brightens. Third and goal. Says. Grabs Billy's hand, gives a brisk shake, and heads down the hall, trying to look John. Billy watches him until he steps into the elevator car, disappears. Maybe I should just run. Buy a beater as Dalton Smith and run. But he knows he won't. And the pending $1.5 million is only half the reason. What's waiting for him in the office conference is the other half. Maybe more than half. What Billy most wants to do isn't play Monopoly or drink beer with Don Jensen, go to bed with Phil Stanhope, or shoot Joel Allen. What he most wants to do is write. Sits down and powers up the laptop, opens the document he's been working on, and falls into the past.
Al nord è generalmente poco nuvoloso, salvo locali aumenti della nuvolosità sull'arco alpino, dove non si escludono locali piombaschi.
Jadoo Mantar, Jadoo Mantar, Jadoo Mantar. You are going into the future.
Take the ball. I don't want the ball. Take the ball. I don't want it. Ah, fuck you.
僕テレコミうまいんだほんと汚し方もうまいわね
Chapter 7. Number 1. I went over to him, said to myself I might have to shoot him again. If I had to, I would. He was my mother's boyfriend, but he was wrong.
Hai fatto un minestrone
He looked dead, but I had to make sure. So I licked my hand, good and wet, and kneeled down beside him. Put my wet hand in front of his mouth and nose, so I could feel if there was still any breath in him. There wasn't. So then I knew for sure he was dead. I knew what to do next. But first I went over to Cassie. I was hoping, but I knew she was dead too. Had to be. Her chest all crushed like it was. But I licked my hand good and wet again and put it in front of her mouth. There was no breath in her either. I held her in my arms and cried, thinking of what my mom always said when she left for the laundry. Take care of your sister. But I didn't take care of her. I should have shot that son of a bitch before. That would have been taking care of her. And it would have been taking care of my mother. Too, because I knew he hit her sometimes. And she would laugh at her black eye or split lip, say we were just wrestling around. Benji, and I hit my face. Like I would believe that. Even Cassie didn't. That when she was only 9. After I finished crying, I went to the phone. It worked. It didn't always, but that day it did because the bill was paid. I called 911 and a lady answered. I said, "Hello, my name is Benji Thompson. I just killed my mother's boyfriend after he killed my sister." The lady asked me if I was sure the man was dead. I said I was. She said, "What is your address, son?" I said it is 19 Skyline Drive in the Hillview Trailer Park. She said, "Is your mother there?" I said, "No. She's at the 24-hour laundry in Edendale, where she works." She said, "Are you sure your sister is dead?" I said I was. Because he stomped on her and crushed her chest. All in. Said I licked my hand and felt for breath and there wasn't any. She said, "Okay, son, you stay where you are and officers will be with you shortly." I said, "Thank you, ma'am." You might think police would be coming already with the gunshot and all, except the trailer park was on the edge of the town and people were always popping off at deers and coons and woodchucks in the gardens. Besides, this was Tennessee. People shoot guns there all the time. In Tennessee, it's like a hobby. Thought I heard something, like maybe Mom's boyfriend was getting up to make a run at me, even though he was dead. I knew he couldn't do that, except I was thinking of a movie I sneaked into. I sneaked Cassie in with me, and she hid her eyes at the gory parts. And later she had nightmares, and I knew it was mean of me to take her. I don't know why I took her. I think there's something mean in people, and sometimes it comes out like blood or pus. I would take that movie back if I could, but not shooting the boyfriend. He was a bad person to kill with a harmless little girl. I would have done it even if it meant going to the reform school. Anyway, there are only zombies in horror movies. He was dead as dog shit. I wondered if I should put a blanket or something over Cassie, but thought no. That would be sad and awful. So I called the 24-hour laundry from the paper taped to the wall where the phone was. The lady answered, 24-hour laundry, and I said, my name is Benji Compson. I have to talk to my mother, Arlene Compson. She works on the Mangler. She said, is this an emergency? I said, yes, ma'am, it is. She said, we're awfully busy this morning. What is the big emergency? Which I thought was nosy and snotty, maybe just because I was upset, but I don't think so. I said, my sister is dead. That is the big emergency. She said, oh my God, are you sure? I said, please let me speak to my mom, because I had enough of that new bitch. I waited, then Mom came on the phone, all out of breath, and said, Benji, what happened? This better not be a joke. And I thought it would be better for all of us if it was a joke, but it's not. Said her boyfriend came in all drunk with his arm in a cast and killed Cassie and tried to kill me, but I shot him dead. Said the police are coming, I can hear the sirens. So you come home and don't let them take me to jail because it was him or me. Went out on the top step of the trailer, which weren't really steps at all, but cement blocks. My mom's last boyfriend, the one before bad boyfriend, made it into steps. That one's name was Milton, and he was okay. I wish he stayed, but he left. He didn't want the responsibility of 2 kids, Mom said. Like it was our fault, like we asked to be born. Anyway, I went out on those steps because I didn't want to be in the trailer with dead people. Kept asking myself if Cassie could really be dead, and telling myself, yes, she really is. The first cops came, and I was telling them what happened when my mom came. Cops tried to keep her from going in, but she went in anyway. When she saw Cassie, she screamed and moaned. And carried on so much I put my hands over my ears, and I was mad at her. Thought, what did you think was going to happen? He hit us before just like he hit you. But what did you think would happen? Sooner or later, bad people do bad things. Even a kid knows that. But then all our neighbors were out and looking. One of the cops was nice. He sat me in the cop car where the neighbors couldn't look so easy and give me a hug. He said he had some candy in the glove compartment, and did I want a peep? I said no, thank you. He said, okay, Benji, just tell me what happened. Well, I did. I don't know how many times I told that story, but it was quite a few. Anyway, I started to cry, and the cops give me another hug. Cop gives me another hug and called me a brave kid. And I wish my mother would have a boyfriend like that guy. While I was sitting in the cop car and telling what happened, more cops came in a van that said Mayville Police Forensics. One cop from the van took pictures, and I later saw some at the hearing, but not the bodies. I don't know why the people at the hearing felt like I could look at pictures of bodies I already saw in person. Why I couldn't look at pictures of bodies I already saw in person. But what I want to say is that one of the pictures that man took got in the newspaper. Showed some cookies. Showed the cookies my sister made. How they were scattered all over the floor. Underneath it said she was killed for cooking. I never forgot that. That was mean and true at the same time. I had to go to the hearing. It wasn't with a judge, but with 3 people. There were 2 men and 1 woman who looked like teachers and talked like teachers. There was nobody in the room except for them and me and my mother and the cops who were first to get to the trailer, which they called the scene. We didn't have a lawyer like in Law and Order on TV. We didn't need one. The woman said I was a brave boy and told my mother I should get counseling. My mother said that was a good idea. Then later said to me, some people think money grows on trees. We go to leave and I thought it was over. But then one of the men said, just a minute, Miss Compson. I need to say something. I need to say that you have shouldered some of the blame for this tragedy. Then he told a story about how a scorpion begged a ride across the raging river from a kind-hearted frog. Halfway across, the scorpion stung the frog, and the frog said, "Why'd you do that? Now we will both drown." And the scorpion said, "It's in my nature to sting, and you knew I was a scorpion when you let me ride on your back." Then the man said, "Picked up a scorpion, Miss Thompson, and he stung your little girl to death. You could have lost your son as well. You didn't, but this trauma will be with this trauma. You didn't, but this trauma will be with him for the rest of his life. I suggest the next time you come across a scorpion, you crush it under your foot instead of giving it a ride." My mom got all red in the face and said, "How dare you? I never would have put my children at risk if I knew something like this had happened." The man said, "You're keeping custody of young Benjamin because we can't prove otherwise. But if you did not have warnings of Mr. Russell's violent nature, maybe only a few, maybe many, I would be very surprised." My mother started to cry, and that made me want to cry. She said, "You are so unfair, sitting there on your high horse. When was the last time you had to do 40 hours of sweat labor to bring home groceries?" He said, "This isn't about me. We've lost one child because of poor choices. Don't lose the other. This hearing is closed." Thank you for the redeems.
In estensione il giorno seguente, cioè il giorno 8, non domani, a tutto il nord della penisola. La temperatura di conseguenza rimane sui valori attuali. Grazie, arrivederci.
Two. At some point during that summer, a season of many identities, Billy reread the story of Bob Rayner's death and the hearing that followed. Then he goes to the window and looks out at the courthouse, where a sheriff's car is pulled up onto the curb. Two cops in country brown get out of the front seat. One opens the back door and they wait for the man in there to climb out. The prisoner is rangy and skinny, wearing carpenter's jeans, that bag in the seat, and a bright purple sweatshirt. Too hot for this day. That has the Arkansas Razorback on. Even at 500 yards, he looks to Billy like one sad fucking sack. Each cop takes an arm and they lead him up the wide steps towards whatever justice awaits him. It's exactly the shot Billy will have to make when and if the time comes. But he barely sees it. He's thinking about his story. He sets out to tell it as the dumb self. But it turned into something else, and he only realized it after reading it cold. The dumb self is there. All right, any reader, Nick Giorgio, for instance, would say the man who wrote it sticks mostly to Star Magazine, Inside View, and Archie Funny Book. But there's something more. It's the voice of the child self. Billy never set out to write it consciously. But that's what he did. It's as if he has been regressed under hypnosis. Maybe that's what writing is. When it really matters. Does it matter? When the only people who will ever see it are him and a couple of Vegas hardballs who may already have lost interest. It does, Billy says to the window, because it's mine. Yes, and because it's true. He's changed the names a little. Cassie instead of Kathy. And his mother's name was Darlene, not Arlene. But mostly it's true. The child's voice is true. That voice never had a chance to speak, not even at the hearing. He answered the questions he was asked, but no one asked how it felt to hold Kathy with her crushed chest. No one asked how it felt to be told, take care of your little sister, and fail at the most important job in the whole round world. No one asked how it felt when you held your wet hand in front of your sister's mouth and nose, hoping even though you knew hope was gone. No one ever knew that the gun recoil had made him burp as if he had done no more than drink a soda. Not even the cop who hugged him asked those questions. And what a relief it is to let that voice speak. He goes back to the open MacBook and sits down. Looks at the screen. He thinks, when I get to the Stepneck house part, only I'll call it Spec House, I can let that voice be a little more grown up. Because I was a little. Billy begins to tap keys, slowly at first, then picking up speed. Summer rolls on around. After the hearing, me and my mom went back home. We buried Cassie. I don't know who buried the boyfriend, and I don't care. In the fall, I went back to school where some of the kids started calling me Bang Bang Benji, and I got held back that year. I didn't get in trouble for fighting, but I skipped school a lot, and my mother said I had to smarten up if I didn't want to get taken away, put into a foster home. I didn't want that, so next year I tried harder and passed my courses. When I got sent to Spec House, it wasn't my fault, it was my mom's. She started drinking heavy after Cassie died. Mostly at home, but sometimes she would go out to bars, sometimes bring a man home with her. To me, those men all looked like the bad boyfriend. Assholes, in other words. I don't know why my mother would go back to the same types of men after what happened, but she did. She was like a dog that pukes and then laps it up. I know how that sounds, but I will not take it back. Her and those men, there were 3 at least, maybe 5, would go in the bedroom, and she said they were just wrestling around. But of course, by then I was older and I knew they were fucking. Then one night she was drinking in the trailer. We went out to the 7-Eleven for a box of Cheez-Its, and on her way back she got pulled over. He was charged with drunk driving and put in the jail 24 hours. She got to keep me that time too, but she lost her license for 6 months and had to take the bus to the laundry. A week after she got her license back, she got stopped for drunk driving again. There was another hearing, this time just about me. But what do you know? That same man who told her the story about the scorpion and the frog was sitting at the table along with two new ones. He said, "You again." My mother said, "That's right, me again. And you know I lost my daughter. You know what I've been through." The man said, "I do know. And you don't seem to have learned your lesson. Miss Thompson, my mom said you have never walked in my shoes." He had a lawyer that time, but he didn't say much. After she gave him hell, and he asked her what he was good for, the lawyer said, "You haven't given me much to work with, Thompson." He said, "You're fired." He said, "You can't fire me because I quit." When we came back to the hearing room a day later, he said I would have to go into foster care at a place called Spec House because she was an unfit mother. He said, "You are bullshit artists, and I will fight this all the way to the Supreme Court." The man who told the story about the frog and the scorpion said, "Have you been drinking?" My mother said, "Kiss my ass, you fat bastard." He didn't come back on her for that, but said, "You have 24 hours to put Benji's things together, Miss Thompson, and say goodbye. It'll mean more to him if you're sober when you do it." Tell him and the other. Then him and the other two walked out. We took the bus home. My mother said, "We're going to run away, Benji. We will go to another town and change our names. We will start over." But we were still there the next day, and that was my last day on Hillview Trailer Park. Last day I lived with my mother. The county cop came to take me to the Spec House. I wish the cop had been the one who hugged me, but it was another one, Deputy Malkin. Wasn't so bad though. Anyway, Mom didn't make trouble because she was sober. She said to the cop I put off packing his things because I didn't want to think this would really happen. Give me 15 minutes. The cop said that was quite all right and waited while she packed me a duffel full of clothes. He waited outside, then she made me 2 PB&J sandwiches and put them in a lunch sack and told me to be a good boy. And she started to cry, and I did too. It was her fault I had to go away. Everything was her fault. She was the one who gave the scorpion a ride. And she was the one who kept getting drunk and blaming it on Cassie being dead. But I cried because I loved her. When we went outside, the cop said I could probably call when I got to Spec House in Evansville. My mother told me to call Miss Tilson's next door and said to the cop, "It's because right now our phone isn't working," which meant the bill wasn't paid again. Deputy Malkin said, "That sounds like a plan," told me to hug my mom. I did. I smelled her hair because it always smelled good. It took about 2 hours to get to Evansville. I sat up front. Behind the front seats, there was a wire thing that made the back into a cage. The cop said if I stayed out of trouble, I would never have to ride back there. He asked me if I would stay out of trouble, and I said yes. But I was thinking that when you were riding to a foster home in a cop car, you are in trouble already. I ate one of the PB&Js and saw she put a deviled egg in the lunch sack, too. And that made me cry again. Thinking of her hands doing that. The cop patted my shoulder and said, "It gets better, son." His little name tag was FWS Malkin. I asked him what FWS stood for because I thought it was some kind of special job. He said it stood for his name, which was Franklin Winfield Scott Malkin. But he said, "You can call me Frank, Benji." I wasn't crying. I wasn't crying then, but he must have seen I was sad and maybe scared too, because he reached over and pat me on the shoulder and said, "You'll be okay, babe. There are lots of nice kids there. They'll all get along, and if you mind your P's and Q's, you'll get along too. I know all the foster situations in the Tri-Counties, and the specs aren't the worst. They're not the best either, but we haven't ever had any trouble with them. Some of the things I've seen, you don't want to know. If you behave and go along to get along, you'll be fine." Said I miss my mother. He said, "Of course you do. And when she gets her feet back planted on the ground, there'll be another hearing and you can go home. In the meantime, she can come on Wednesday evenings and anytime Saturday or Sunday, up to 7 o'clock. Be sure to tell her that when you speak to her." Only my mom never did get her feet back planted on the ground. Kept drinking and got a boyfriend who gave her crystal meth. And when you get on that stuff, your feet hardly ever get to the ground because you're high most of the time. At first she'd come to see me quite a lot. Then once in a while, then hardly ever, and then she stopped coming at all. The last time she come, some of her teeth were gone and her hair was dirty. She said, "I hate for you to see me like this, Benji." And I said, "I hate it too." It said, "You're a mess." But then it was a teenager. And teenagers say anything to hurt when they're hurting. Spec House was out in the country. It was a rickety but big, like a mansion, with rooms everywhere, 3 stories, maybe even 4. It looked good outside, but inside was old and drafty and leaky, and cold in wintertime. Cold as a horse fuck in a freezer. Ronnie used to say, but I didn't know it was old when I got there. Thought it was new because, rickety or not, it had bright red paint and blue trim. Found out pretty soon that the spec foster kids painted it every year and got $2 an hour. One year it was green with white trim, and then yellow with green trim. You can see why me and Ronnie called it the House of Everlasting Paint. The year I left to join the Marines, it was back to red and blue. Ronnie said it's only paint holding this rambling wreck together. That was a joke. He was always joking around, but it was also true. I guess most jokes have some truth in them, and that is what makes them funny. Deputy FWS Malkin and the specs weren't the worst or the best, and that turned out to be true. I was there 5 years by the time I was old enough to sign for the Marines. And sometimes Miss Speck would slap me side of the head with a towel or dish rag, but she never hit me with her hand, and she never hit one of the little kids like Peggy Pie, who was 6 and had her eye put out by a cigarette. When she slapped me side of the head, I deserved it. I only saw Mr. Speck slap kids a couple of times. Once it was when Jimmy Dykeman broke a storm window throwing stones, and once when he caught Sarah Peabody dancing around Peggy and singing Peggy Pie, cross my heart and hope to die. Peggy Pie with just one eye. Mr. Speck slapped her face for that. Sarah was a mean girl, a bad person. Once when I asked her what she wanted to be when she grew up, she said, "I'm going to be a call girl and fuck famous men to get their money." Then she laughed like it was a joke, so maybe it was. Specs weren't good people or bad people, just people living on money they got from the state of Tennessee. They passed all their inspections. We went to school on the bus and all was in clean clothes. And when I decided to join the Marines, Mr. Speck went with me to one hearing so I could get emancipated from my mother, and another one so he could become my legal guardian. That way he could sign the paper and I could join at 17 and a half instead of waiting to 18. I thought my mother might show up at the emancipation hearing, but she never did. And how could she when she didn't know there was going to be one? I would have told her, but she was gone. But she was gone from the trailer park, and also the apartment where she lived for a while with the boyfriend that turned her into a meth head. After those 2 hearings, Mr. Speck said to me, "God help you now, you can do what you want, boy." Benji. I said, "I don't believe in God." And he said, "You will. Give it time." What I learned in the House of Everlasting Paint, there aren't just 2 kinds of people, good and bad, like I thought when I was a kid. He got most of his ideas on how people act on TV. There are 3. The third type of people go along to get along, like Deputy FWS Malkin. Those are the most people in the world. I think they are gray people. They will not hurt you, or at least on purpose, but they won't help you either. They will say, "Do what you want, God help you." I think in this world you have to help yourself. When I came to the House of Everlasting Paint, there were 14 kids, counting me. Ronnie said that was good because 13 was an unlucky number. The youngest was Peggy Pie, who's still wet her britches sometimes. There were twins, Timmy and Tommy, who were 6 and 7. The oldest kid was Glenn Dutton. He was 17 and went into the Army not too long after I came. He didn't need Mr. Speck to become his legal guardian and sign for it. His mother did it because Glenn said he would send her the allotment. Glenn said to me and Ronnie that bitches would sign me into slavery with the ragheads if there was money in it for her. Glenn was big curse all the time. Even more than Ronnie, who could swear like a sailor. But he never bullied the smaller kids. He was a whiz of a painter too, always up on the highest scaffold. Deputy Malkin pulled his cop car into the driveway. I was almost blinded by what was next door. It was junk cars as far as I could see, not just a few, but hundreds. They went up this one hill, and I soon found out they also went down the other side, getting older and rustier as they went. The sun was reflecting off all the windshields, cars that still had wind. Maybe half a click down from the spec house, there was a green auto body shop made of corrugated metal. I could hear people inside running pneumatic drills and wrenches. Out in front was a sign that said Specs Auto Parts and small repairs, and Best Buys, lowest prices. Deputy Malkin said that Specs' brother's place. Quite the eyesore, isn't it? It's just outside the county zoning, which is how he gets away with it. Your Spec is just inside the county zoning, which is why he had to put up a chain link fence around the sides and back. I'm telling you so you won't look at all the fence and think you're going to a prison. That auto graveyard is a dangerous place, Benji. Off limits for a reason. Don't take it into your head to go up there, alright? I said yes, but of course I did. Me and Glenn and Ronnie and Donnie. Just me and Ronnie sometimes. Donnie after Glenn left for the Army. Then mostly just me and Ronnie. Just me when Ronnie ran away. Sometimes I wonder where she got off to.
prevalso un aumento sulla Calabria.
Hope she's all right.
Adesso direi di passare
It
immediatamente
was
alle
sad
segnali.
without
Le
her.
meteosate sull'Italia.
Maybe that's why I went into the
Il gran freddo, il
Marines.
gelo, ma il tutto secco potrebbe
But
essere.
if
Qualche banco
I
di
am going to tell the
la
truth,
primavera, ma il
I
cielo
might
freddo
have
lascia
gone
tracce.
anyways.
Poi praticamente dall'altezza di Rimini e verso sud
5 years I was a spec boy was long enough to see the house of everlasting paint change 3 colors. Change color 3 times. There's some things that stand out for me when I was there. Like the time I got suspended from school for fighting. When 2 boys called me Bang Bang Benji. Which had happened many times before, but that time I got sick of it. They were bigger, but I kept fighting even after one of them blacked my eye. And the other one almost bust my nose. That one, his name was Jared Klein. I got hold of his pants and yanked them down so everyone saw his pea-stained underwear. He got teased about that plenty, which served him right. Another thing that stands out is when Peggy Pie had to go to the hospital with pneumonia. Then a week later, or maybe it was 10 days, Mrs. Speck got us all together in the living room to pray because she said Peggy passed on and went up to heaven, be with Jesus. Now she could see out both her eyes. Donnie Wigmore said, I hope the food is better up there. Mr. Speck told him to keep your smart remarks to yourself if you don't want me to slat you one. Anyway, we prayed for Peggy's soul, and Ronnie had to put her hand over her mouth to keep from laughing at what Donnie said, only she was crying too. Other kids were also crying because Peggy wasn't everyone's pet. Because Peggy was everyone's pet. I didn't cry, but I felt bad later on when me and Ronnie and Glenn and Donnie were out in demo derby. Ronnie cried some more. Glenn hugged her and Ronnie said Peg was a sweetie. Wasn't she? And Glenn said yes, she sure was. Then she hugged me, I hugged her, and that was one happy thing that come out of Peggy dying, because I was in love with Ronnie Gibbons. I knew nothing could come of that, because she was 2 years older and crushing big on Glenn, but you can't help how you feel. Feelings are like breathing. They come in and go out. Demo Derby was what we call the car junkyard, behind the house of Everlasting Paint, and next to Spec Auto Parts. It was our special place. Being told to stay away from there made us want to go even more.
Poco nuvoloso variabile da fascia centrale, peggioramento sulle regioni nord-occidentali, in estensione il giorno seguente, cioè il giorno 8, non domani, a tutto il nord della penisola. La temperatura di conseguenza rimane sui valori attuali. Grazie, arrivederci.
Ronnie said it was like the forbidden fruit tree Eve wasn't supposed to eat from in the Garden of Eden. Glenn waved his hand at the rows and rows of junk cars, with all those windshields reflecting and turning one sun into hundreds of them. He said, this is a whole motherfucking orchard. made me and Ronnie laugh. When we went there, we would look for the best cars, like Cadillacs, Lincolns, Beamers. For once there was this old Mercedes limo with its whole rear end gone. Glenn always carry a broom and whoop the seats a couple of times before we got in to scare away the mice if there were any. Once he scared me out a big rat. Once he scared out a big rat. Donnie was with us and he said, "There goes Mr. Speck." And we laughed fit to spit. Anyway, we would sit in those cars and pretend they were whole and we were going someplace. We could get into a demo derby easy because there was a hole in the chain link fence at the back corner of the playground, and once Glenn said who knows how many fucked up foster kids have gone through this hole and were where they were now. That made us all laugh. But then Ronnie said probably no place good. Donnie laughed at that too, but me and Glenn didn't. I looked at him and he looked at me, and we were both thinking no place good. Sometimes Glenn would sit behind the wheel and pretend to drive, and Ronnie would sit in the shotgun seat. Sometimes it would be the other way around. When Glenn was in the shotgun seat, he might yell stuff like, "Whoa, Ronnie, don't hit that fucking dog." And Ronnie would turn the wheel and pretend to swerve. Glenn would flop over with his head in her lap, and Ronnie would push him away and say, "Buckle your seatbelt, dumbass." I would all sit in back, and Donnie, if he could, with Donnie if he came with us, but mostly on my own, which I preferred. A couple of times Glenn brought a can of beer, which we would pass around until it was gone. Then Ronnie would give us certs to take smell out of our breath. Once Glenn brought 3 cans and we got a little bit high, and Ronnie swooped the wheel back and forth, and Glenn said, "Don't get pulled over by 50, girlfriend." They laughed at that, but I didn't, because my mother really did get pulled over by 50, and it was no joke. Donnie smoked. I don't know if the same person who got Glenn his beer got Donnie his cigs, but he kept a pack of Marlboros behind a loose board under his bed. He mostly did it out back by the kitchen, but one day he pulled out his smokes when we were sitting in a big old Buick estate wagon and pretended to drive to Vegas, where we would play roulette and shoot craps. Ronnie said, "Don't you dare light up out here where there's all these dry weeds. Spilled oil." Donnie said, "What are you, on the rag or something?" Glenn turned around and made a fist and said, "Take that back unless you want to eat your front teeth." Later on, when I was in Fallujah, one time I saw Sergeant West shoot an RPG into an insurgent safe house in the part of town we called the Pizzas. And it blew sky high because of all the ammo inside. Lucky we didn't all get killed because we weren't expecting it. That made me think of how Donnie also used to smoke sometimes in the supply shed, where the Specs stored all their paint. That was probably a lot more dangerous than out in the demo derby. Donnie took it back, but Ronnie punched Glenn a good hard one on the shoulder. I don't need you to stand up for me, Dutton said. When Ronnie called you by your last name, you knew she was mad. She turned around to the back seat and said, I don't need to be on the rag to worry about Fire Wigmore because I got this. She held out her arm and showed the shiny burn scar where the shiny burn scar there. We all seen that before. It went from halfway up her forearm just about all the way to her shoulder. Her parents got burned up in a house fire. Ronnie, she jumped out the second story window just about in time with her arm. She jumped out of a second story window just about in time with her arm burned and part of her leg on that side and her hair on fire. That's how she wound up in the Spec House. Spec House of Everlasting Paint. When her one relative, an aunt, said, I am not taking her. The one time he visited Ronnie in the hospital, said, I raised two of my own, both hellions, and that's enough. Ronnie said she couldn't blame her for that. I know what fire can do, said. If I ever forget, I only need to look at this arm to remember. Donnie said he was sorry, and I did too. I didn't have anything to apologize for. I just felt bad because she got burnt, but also happy because it wasn't her face, which was pretty. Anyway, we was all friends again after that. Although Donnie Wigmore was never a friend to me, like Ronnie and Glenn were. We had some good times in the demo derby, Bo says. I looked out the window at the courthouse. August is giving way to September, but still the heat shimmers. You can see waves of it coming off the street. It reminds me of the way the air used to shimmer above the big incinerator behind the house of Everlasting Paint's kitchen. The Specs were the Stepaneks, Ronnie Givens and Robin McGuire, Glenn Dutton, and Gadsden Drake. Gadsden after the Gadsden Purchase, Billy figured. He had read a book while still in the Marines, Slavery, Scandal, and Steel Rails, which had covered the purchase of that arid chunk of land from Mexico. He'd read it in Fallujah between Operation Vigilant Resolve in April of 04 and Fan of Fury in November. Gad said that before his mother died of lung cancer, she'd told him that his long-gone daddy had been a history teacher, so it made it a degree of sense. I might not be only Gadsden. I might not be the only Gadsden in the world. He said once in a while. They were out in Demo Derby pretending to go somewhere. But I bet there's not more than a dozen. With it as a first name, that is. Billy has changed the names of his friends, but Demo Derby was always Demo Derby. And they really did have some good times there before Gad joined the army and Robin ran off. What did she tell him? Seek my fortune in 7 League boots, he says. That was it. Only her boots hadn't been of the 7 League variety, just scuffed suede with tired elastic sides. I loved her among the wrecks, Billy thinks. Goes back to write another paragraph or two before calling it a day. Taking her cat and throw it a break. Hope y'all are doing well this month. Look at all the ducks. Chapter 8. Two bad things happen on Labor Day weekend. One is stupid and alarming. The other casts a light on the rather unpleasant person Billy never meant to become. Taken together, they make him realize that the sooner he gets out of Red Bluff, the better. He never should have taken a job with such a long lead time, he thinks, when the weekend is over. But there was no way to know. Know what? The Ackermans and the others on Evergreen Street would take such a liking to him, for one thing, that he would take a liking to them for another. There's a parade downtown on the Saturday of the holiday weekend. Billy and the Ackermans go in a van Jamal borrowed from Excellent Tire. Niece holds her mother's hand on one side and Billy's on the other as they work through the crowd and find a place on the corner of Holland and Main. When the parade actually comes, Jamal perches his daughter on his shoulders and Billy hoists Derek onto his. The kid feels good up there. The parade is okay, even letting a kid who is later going to find out he was sitting on the shoulders of an assassin is okay, sort of. Stupid and alarming thing, the lapse, comes on Sunday. Next to the Midwood suburb of Red Bluff is the semi-rural town of Cody. And there, a ratty little carnival set up shop during the last 2 weeks of summer, wanting a final shot of income before the kids go back to school. Because Jamal still has the van on Sunday is nice. Nothing will do but a trip to the carnival with the kids. Paul and Denise Ragland from down the street come along. The 7 of them stroll the Midway, eating sweet sausages and drinking sodas. Derek and Shanice ride the carousel, the Tudorville trolley, and the Wild Cups. Mr. and Mrs. Ragland go off to play bingo. Corey Ackerman throws darts at water balloons and wins a spangly headband that says "World's Greatest Mom." Shanice tells her she looks cute, like a princess. Jamal tries his hand at knocking over wooden milk bottles and wins nothing, but he bangs the test for strength weight all the way to the top, ringing the bell. Corey applauds and says, "My hero." For this feat of strength, he gets a cardboard top hat with a paper flower stuck in the band. When he puts it on, Derek laughs. He puts it on, he laughs so hard, he has to cross his legs and then run for the nearest porta-john so he won't wet his pants. The kids ride a few more of the rides, but Derek won't go on the wonky caterpillar because he says it's for babies. Billy goes with Chan, and the fit is so tight that Jamal has to yank him out like a cork from a bottle when the ride is over. That makes them all laugh. They're walking back to find the Raglands when they come to Dead-Eye Dick's shooting gallery.
Morbido. È nuovo? No, lavato con
Was my favorite guilty snack. Mine is cookie dough. To get ready for work. All right, Will. We'll see you later. I'm gonna be reading late into the morning because I started late due to community night with Tim and everybody. So I'll be going for a while. I'll probably be here when you get to work. Guilty snacks. I don't know if I have a guilty snack because I'm not really afraid to eat anything that's sweet. I love snacks. Any kind of snack. I don't really think any of them are guilty. You know what I don't like in the snacks? Much anything with coconut. But I do have a soft spot for cookie. Like any cookie that's dunkable in milk and doesn't fall apart in the glass. I love cookies like that. I'm an old guy. I love cookies. Anyway. They're walking back to find the Raglands when they come to Dead-Eye Dick's shooting gallery. Half a dozen men are having a go with BB guns, shooting at 5 rows of targets, moving in opposite directions, plus 10 rabbits that pop up and down. Denise points to a giant pink flamingo atop the wall of prizes and says, "I'd love to have that for my bedroom. Could I buy it out of my allowance?" Her father explains that it's not for sale. You have to win it. "Then you win it, Dad," he says. The man running the shooting shy is wearing a striped shirt, a rakishly tilted straw boater, and a fake curly mustache. He looks like he belongs in a barbershop quartet. He hears Shanice and waves Jamal over. "Make your little girl happy, mister." Knock over 3 rabbits or 4 of the birds in the top row, and she's going home with Freddie Flamingo. Jamal laughs and hands over $5 for 20 shots. Prepare for disappointment, sweetie," he says, "but I might win you one of the smaller prizes." "You can do it, Dad," Derek says stoutly. Billy watches Jamal shoulder the rifle and knows he'll be lucky to wind up with one of the stuffed turtles that are consolation prizes for two hits. "Go for the birds," Billy says. "I know the rabbits are bigger, but you can only take snapshots when they pop up." "You say so, Dave." Not a bad proposition. I mean, better chance of hitting a stationary. Jamal pops off 10 shots at the birds in the top row. He hits exactly none. He lowers his sights, pops a couple of the lumbering tin moose. Pops a couple of the lumbering tin moose in the bottom row and accepts one of the turtles. He eyes it without much enthusiasm, but says thank you. What about you, Hoss, the barbershop quarter guy? Asks Billy. Most of his other customers have drifted away. Want to give it a try? $5 buys you 20 shots. And you only need to hit 4 of the birdies to make your pretty little pal the happy owner of Frankie Flamingo. Thought it was Freddie, Billy says. The concessions guy smiles and tips his straw voter to voter the other way. Frankie, Freddie, Felicia, make a little girl happy. Janice looks at him hopefully, but says nothing. It's Derek who convinces him to do the stupid thing. And he says, Mount Raglan says all these games are a cheat and nobody wins the big prizes. Not totally wrong. I worked at a carnival once. They're designed so that you can win them, but they're designed to be in favor of the house. Kind of like gambling. Well, let's test that out, Billy says, and lays down a 5 spot. Mr. Barbershop quarter loads a paper spill of BBs and hands Billy the rifle. A few other men and 2 women are currently at the Shy's counter. Billy moves down partly to give them room, but also because he notices that the 10 birds, plus the targets on the other 4 levels, slow down a bit before they turn out of sight. Probably the chain drives need to be oiled, which is lazy. The Shy's proprietor should pay for that. Are you going for the birds, Dave? Derek asks. It's been quite a while since they stopped calling him Mr. Lockridge. Like you told Dad? Absolutely, Billy says. Takes a breath, lets it out. Takes another, lets it out. Takes a third and holds it. He makes no effort to use the little rifle sight, which will be widely out of true. He just snugs his head against the rifle stock and fires quickly. Pop, 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 pop. The first one misses. The next 4 knock over 4 tin birds. He knows he's doing a stupid thing and should quit, but he can't resist knocking over one of the rabbits when it rises from its hole. Hi, Glug. Thank you for the for resubscribing. Thank you for the sub. 23 months, bro. 23 months. Almost 2 years. How you doing, buddy? Stopping in to hear me read some Stephen King, are you? I'm guessing you're at work now. I'll be here for a while this morning, so if you want to hop in the pool, I have the code. In fact, I haven't put it in the chat in a while. So. Yes. That's for anybody that wants to hop in. Yeah. Welcome to Dwayne.
Poco nuvoloso, variabile la fascia centrale, peggioramento sulle regioni nord-occidentali, in estensione il giorno seguente, cioè il giorno 8, non domani, a tutto il nord della penisola. La temperatura di conseguenza rimane sui valori attuali. Grazie, arrivederci.
The Ackermans applaud. So do the other shooters. And to his credit, so does Mr. Barbershop Quarter. Before grabbing the pink flamingo and handing it over to Shanice, who hugs it and laughs. Wow, Dave, Derek says. His eyes are shining. You rock. Now Jamal will ask where I learned to shoot like that, Billy thinks. And then he thinks, how do you know you're an idiot? Because if everyone is looking at you like they are now, you're an idiot. It's actually Corey who asks him as they resume their stroll to the bingo tent. Billy tells her it was in ROTC, that he was just naturally good at it, telling her he killed at least 25 Mujin in Fallujah, shooting from rooftops during the 9 days of Operation Phantom Fury. Would be a bad idea. Oh, you think? He asks himself with sarcasm. That's very unlike him. And his thoughts were aloud. The other thing, character check, happens on Monday, the actual holiday. Because he's a freelance writer working his own hours, he can take off when he wants and also work when others are enjoying a federal mandated day of rest. Gerard Tower is all but deserted. The lobby door is unlocked. Such trusting soul. Border south. And no one is at the security stand. When the elevator passes the second floor, he hears no shouts as the denizens of Business Solutions psych each other up, and no ringing phones. Apparently debtors are also getting the day off, and good for them. Billy writes for 2 hours. He's almost up to Fallujah and wondering what he should say about it. A little, a lot, or maybe nothing at all. He shuts down and decides to put in an appearance at Pearson Street, reestablishing his existence with Beverly Jensen and her husband, who will no doubt be taking the day off. He drives over in his leased car, Wig, mustache, and fake pregnancy belly in place. Don is mowing the lawn. Beverly is sitting on the stoop in unfortunate lime green shorts. The three of them bat the breeze a little, talking about how hot summer has been, how glad they are it's over. And Dalton Smith's impending trip to Huntsville, Alabama, where he'll install a state-of-the-art computer system at a new Equity Insurance HQ. Couldn't take too long after that. After that, he says he hopes to be back for a while. They sure do keep you on the hop, Don says. Billy agrees and then asks Beverly about her mother, who lives in Missouri. And has been poorly. Beverly sighs and says she's about the same. Billy says he hopes she'll be better soon. And Beverly says she sure hopes so. As she's telling him this, Billy looks over her shoulder and sees Don slowly shaking his head. That he doesn't want his wife to know what he thinks about his mother-in-law. About his mother-in-law's chances. Makes Billy like him. He thinks that Don Jensen would never tell his wife that her lime green shorts make her look fat. He goes down to his pleasingly cool basement apartment. David Lockridge has his book and Dalton Smith has his laptop. Smith's work might not matter, but because it might matter a great deal to somewhere down the line, he does it carefully. Even though after working on Benji Compson's story, it seems boring and mechanical. He finishes up with a quick review of the 3 screens. 10 famous celebs who almost died. These 7 foods can save your life. 10 most intelligent dogs. Good clickbait. Post them on Facebook.com ads. He really could do this for a living, but who would want to? He shuts down, reads a little. He's currently on an Ian McEwan binge, and checks the fridge. The half and half is holding out, but the milk has gone spunky. He decides on a trip to the Zoni's Go Mart to replace it. When he finds Don and Beverly still on the porch, now sharing a can of beer, he asks if they want anything. Beverly asks if he'll see if they have any top secret. We're going to watch something on Netflix tonight. You're welcome to join if you want. He almost says yes. which is close to appalling. He tells them instead that he's going to make it an early night because he's driving to Alabama first thing in the morning. He walks down to the sad little strip mall. Merton Richter's blue SUV with the scratched side is nowhere to be seen, and the office is closed. So is the New U tanning salon, Hot Nails, and Jolly Roger Tattoo Parlor. Beyond Hot Nails is the abandoned laundrette and a dollar store with a sign in the window reading, "Visit our new location in Pine Plaza." The Zonies is at the very end. Billy gets his milk out of the cooler. There's no pop secret, but there's Act 2, so he grabs a box of that. The clerk is a middle-aged woman with Hennaed hair who looks like she's been down on her luck for a while, maybe 20 years or so. She offers him a carry sack and Billy says no thank you. Zoe's uses plastic bags, which are bad for the environment. On the way back, he passes two young men standing outside the abandoned laundrette. One is white, the other is black. They are both wearing hoodies, the kind with Kango pockets in front. The pockets sag with the weight of what's inside them. Their heads are together as they murmur to each other. They give Billy identical glances of narrow assessment as he passes. He doesn't look at them directly, but sees them perfectly well from the corner of his eye. When he doesn't slow, they go back to whispering together. They might as well be wearing placards around their necks that say, "We plan to celebrate Labor Day by robbing the local zonies." Dumbass. Billy walks out of the sad little strip mall and back to the street. He can feel them looking at him. There's no telepathy involved in that, unless it's the ordinary telepathy of someone who has survived a war zone with only a half gone great toe and two purple hearts, long since discarded to show for it. He thinks of the woman who sold him his goods, a hard luck mama from the look of her. Her luck is going to change on this holiday. Her luck isn't going to change on this holiday either. Billy never considers going back to brace them. Judging from their cranked up expressions, that would be a fine way to get killed. But he does consider calling 911. Only there are no payphones in the vicinity. Not anymore. And the phone he's carrying is Dalton Smith's. If he calls the cops, he'll burn it. Then the rest of his identity will catch fire. Because what is it made of? Just paper. He goes back to the apartment building. Instead, he tells Beverly they didn't have any pop secret. She says Act 2 is fine. There's scant traffic on Pearson Street at the best of times, and it's even scanter on this holiday. He keeps his ear cocked for gunshots. He doesn't hear any, which means nothing. Billy downloaded an app for the local newspaper shortly after arriving in the city. Can't wait to put behind him. And the following day, he looks for a Zoni's robbery. He finds the story on the close to home page, just a snippet in a roundup of minor news items. It says 2 thieves armed with handguns made off with just under $100, which would include my dollars and Beverly. Billy thinks. Clerk Wanda Stubbs was alone in the corners in the store at the time. She was taken to Rockland Memorial, where she was treated for a head wound and released. So one of those scumbuckets hit her. Probably with the butt of his gun. Probably because she wasn't emptying the register fast enough. Billy can tell himself it could have been a lot worse, and does. He can tell himself the robbery would have gone down much as it did, even if he had called 911, and does. Doesn't change the fact that he feels like the priest and Levite who passed by on the other side of the road before a good Samaritan came along to save the day. Billy read the Bible from cover to cover while he was in the suck. Every Marine got one on request. He has often regretted it, and this is one of those times. The Bible has a story to puncture every equivocation and denial. The Bible, New Testament, as well as Old, does not forgive. Me and Mr. Speck went to Chattanooga, which was where I joined the Marines. I thought I would have to go to a Marine base to sign up, but it was just an office in a shopping mall with a vacuum cleaner store on one side and a place to get your taxes written up on the other. There was a flag over the door with NOOGA, strong, printed on one side of the stripes. In the window was a photo of a Marine that said, "The few, the proud, and do you have what it takes?" Mr. Speck said, "Are you sure you want to do this, Benji?" And I said yes, but I wasn't. I don't think you're sure of anything when you're 17 and a half. Although you might pretend so as not to look like a total dub. Anyway, we went in and I talked to Staff Sergeant Walton Fleck.
Ogni famiglia è composta da un maschio e
He asked me why I wanted to be a Marine, and I said to serve my country, although the real reason was to get out of the spec hat and out of Tennessee and start a life that didn't seem so sad. Glenn and Ronnie were gone. Donnie was right when he said only the paint remains. Next, Staff Sergeant Fleck asked me if I thought I was tough enough to be a Marine. And I said yes, even though I wasn't sure of that either. Then he asked me if I thought I could kill a man in a combat situation, and I said yes. Mr. Speck said, "Can I talk to you for a minute, Sergeant?" And Sergeant Fleck said he could. They sent me outside, and Mr. Speck sat down across the desk and started talking. I could have told the sergeant what happened with my mother's bad boyfriend, but I guessed it was better to hear it from a responsible adult. All I have been through back then and since. I have to wonder if there is such a thing. After a while, they called me back inside, and I wrote out what happened in the space marked personal information. Then I signed in 4 places, bearing down hard like the Sarge told me to. When I was done, he told me to be all present and accounted for on Monday. He said sometimes young men had to wait months for processing, but I came at the right time. He said on Monday I would take my ASVAB test and my physical with the other new fish. ASVAB is an aptitude test that helps them, the Marines, figure out how much you can do and how smart you are. He asked if I had any tattoos, and I said no. He asked if I wore eyeglasses some of the time, and I said no. There were other things he said, like bring your social security card. If you wear any earrings, take it out. Then he said, thought this was funny, but kept a straight face. Be sure to wear undershorts. I said okay. He said if there's anything wrong with you that you don't write down, you better tell me now and save yourself a trip. I said there wasn't. Sergeant Fleck shook my hand and said, if you got a mind to hoorah, better hoorah this weekend, because come Monday when you take the test, you're going to be Mr. Taking Care of Business. I said okay. He said never mind that. Let me hear you say yes, Staff Sergeant. So I said that, and he shook my hand and said it was good to meet me. And you too, sir, said Mr. Speck. Going back, Mr. Speck said he talked tough, but I don't believe he ever killed anyone like you did, Benji. He didn't have that look about him. By then, Ronnie had been gone in her 7-league boots for 4 or 5 months. But before she went, she let me make out with her in the demo derby. That was great, but when I wanted to go further, she laughed and pushed me away and said, "You're too young." But I wanted to give you something to remember me by. I said I would remember, and I do. I don't think you ever forget the first girl who gives you a real kiss. gives you real kisses, he told me. 4. Billy stops there, looking over the laptop and out the window. Robin told him that when she finally lit somewhere, she would write the Stepanek, so her friends from the House of Everlasting Paint would write back to her. Told Billy to do the same thing when he left. I'm guessing it won't be long before you're on your way, she said that day as they sat in the smashed Mercedes. She'd let him unbutton her shirt, that much he had allowed, and she was buttoning it up again as she spoke, hiding all that glory inside. But your idea about feeding yourself to the war machine, you need to rethink that, Billy. You're too young to die. He kissed the tip of his nose. And too pretty. Billy starts to write this, only omitting that he had had the hardest, most painful, and most wonderful erection of his life during that all too short necking session. When his David Lockridge phone bings with a text from Ken Hoff. I have something for you. Probably it's time for you to take it. And because he's probably right about that, Billy texts back, okay. Hoff returns, I'll come by the house. No. Off at the house? Next door to the Ackermans? With whose kids Billy plays Monopoly on the weekends? Hoff will bring a rifle wrapped in a blanket? Of course you will. As if anyone with half a brain and a single eye wouldn't know what was inside. No, Tex. Walmart. The Garden Center parking lot. 7:39. He waits, watching the dots as Hoff composes his reply. If he thinks the meeting place is negotiable, he's in for a surprise. But when the response comes back, it's brief. Okay. Billy shuts down his laptop without even finishing the last sentence. He's done for the day. Hoff poisoned the well. He thinks only he knows better. Hoff is just Hoff. He can't help himself. The real poison is the gun. Thing is getting close. Five. 7:25. Billy parks his David Lockridge Toyota in the Garden Center section of Walmart's giant parking lot. 5 minutes later at 7:30 on the dot, gets a text. Can't see you, too many cars. Get out and give me a wave. Billy gets out and waves, as if spotting a friend. vintage cherry red Mustang convertible. Ken Hoff car if ever there was one. Drives down one of the lanes and pulls in next to Billy. Humbler vehicle. Hoff gets out. He looks better than the last time Billy saw him. And there's no alcohol on his breath, which is a good thing, considering his cargo. He's wearing a polo shirt with the logo. Natural. Fresh chinos and loafers. Got a fresh haircut. Yet the essential Ken Hoff is still there, Billy thinks. Man's expensive cologne doesn't mask the smell of anxiety. Not cut out for this heavy stuff. And bringing a gun to a hired killer is pretty damn heavy. The rifle isn't wrapped in a blanket after all, and Billy is willing to give him points for that. What Hoff hauls out of the Mustang's trunk is a tartan golf bag with 4 club heads sticking out. They gleam in the day's fading light. Billy takes the bag and puts it in his own trunk. Anything else? Hoff shuffles his tasseled loafers. Then he says, maybe, yeah, could we talk for a minute? Because it might be prudent to know what's on the Hoff's mind, Billy opens the passenger door of the Toyota and gestures for Hoff to get in. Hoff does. Billy goes around and sits behind the wheel. I just want to ask you to tell Nick that I'm okay. Can you do that? Okay about what? About everything. That. He hoists a thumb behind him, meaning the golf bag in the trunk. Just make sure he knows I'm a stand-up guy. You've seen too many movies. Tell him it's all good. Some of the people I owe money to are happy. Once you do your job, they'll all be happy. Tell him we all part friends and everybody goes their way. If I ever asked, I know nothing about nothing. You're just some writer I rented space to in one of my buildings. No, Billy thinks, you didn't rent space to me. You rented it to my agent. George Russo is actually Giorgio Piglielli, aka Georgie Pigs, aka known associate of Nikolai Majarin. You're the link, and you know it, which is why we're having this conversation. You still think you can probably skate after the deal goes down. You have a right to think that, yes, because skating is what you do. Trouble is, I don't think you could skate far after 10 hours in an interrogation. Cops tag team. Maybe not even 5 if they dangled a deal in front of you. I think you'd crack like an egg. Listen a minute. Billy tries to sound kind, but hopefully in a straight from the shoulder way. Just 2 guys in a Toyota having no bullshit talk. Is it really the job of Billy Summers to keep this man-shaped annoyance in line? Wasn't he just supposed to be the mechanic? The one who can disappear like Houdini after the deal is done? That was always the deal before, but for $2 million. Meanwhile, Hoff was looking at him eagerly, needing that reassurance, that soothing syrup. It should have been George giving it to him. George is good at this stuff. But Georgie Pigs isn't here. I know this isn't your usual thing. No, it's not. And I know you're nervous. But this isn't a movie star or a politician or the Pope of Rome we're talking about. This is a bad guy. Like you, Hoff's face says. And why not? That Billy won a pink flamingo. Or a cute little girl with ribbons in her doesn't matter. It's not what they call an extenuating circumstance. Billy turns to face the other man squarely. "Ken, I need to ask you. Don't take it personal." "Okay, sure. You're not wearing a wire or anything." Hoff's shocked expression is all the answer Billy needs, and he cuts the man's confused gabble of protest short. "Okay, fine. I believe you. Just had to ask. Now listen up. Nobody's going to set up a task force. There's not going to be a big investigation. They'll ask you a few questions. They'll look for my agent and find he's a ghost who fooled you with some good paper. And that will be it. You know what they'll say? Not for the newspapers or TV, but among themselves." Ken Hoff shakes his head. His eyes never leave Billy's. They'll say it was a gang killing or a revenge thing. And whoever did it saved the city the cost of a trial. They'll look for me. They won't find me. And the case will go in the open unsolved file. They'll say good riddance to bad rubbish. Got it? Well, when you put it that way, I do put it that way. Now go home. Let me take care of the rest. Ken Hoff suddenly moves toward him. For a moment, Billy thinks the man is going to slug him. Instead, Hoff gives him a hug. He looks better tonight, but his breath tells a different story. It doesn't stink of booze, but it stinks. Billy suffers the hug, bad breath and all. He even hugs back a little. Then he tells Hoff to go on. God's sake. Hoff gets out of the car, which is a relief, a huge relief, but then leans back in. He's smiling, and this smile looks real, as if it comes from the man inside. Apparently there is one. "I know something about you." "What's that, kid?" "The text you sent me. You didn't write Garden Center. Small G and small c. You wrote capital G, capital C. And just now you didn't say between themselves. And you said among. You're not as dumb as you like to make out, are you? I'm smart enough to know that you'll be fine if you keep it simple. You have no idea where I got the rifle, and no clue what I was planning to do with it. End of story. Okay. One other thing, a heads up, like, you know, Cody. Sure he does. The town where they went to the little shit pot of a carnival. First, Billy thinks Hoff's going to tell him that he was noticed there because of his shooting. It's a paranoid thought, but before a job, paranoia is just way B. Yes, it's not far from where I'm living. Right. On the day the thing goes down, there's going to be a diversion in Cody. The only diversion Billy knows about are the flash spots. One in the alley behind the Sunspot Cafe, the other someplace close to the courthouse. Cody is miles from the courthouse. Nick never would have told this moke about the spots. Anyway, what kind of diversion? Fire, maybe a warehouse. There are a lot of them out that way. It'll happen before your guy, your target, gets to the courthouse. I don't know how long before. I just thought you'd like to know. In case you get a bulletin on your phone or computer or whatever. Okay, thanks. And now it's time for you to beat it. Hoff gives him a thumbs up and returns to his rich boy car. Billy waits until he's gone and then heads back to Evergreen Street, driving carefully, aware that he's carrying a high-power rifle in the trunk. A warehouse fire in Cody? Really? Does Nick know? Billy doesn't think so. Nick would have told him about anything that might knock him off his rhythm. But Hoff knows. The question is whether or not Billy, tells Nick or Georgie about this unexpected wrinkle. He thinks he'll keep it to himself, ponder it in his heart, like Mary pondering the birth of baby Jesus. He told Hoff to keep it simple, except how simple can you keep it when, after 3 or 4 hours in that little interrogation room, the cops start asking you how you paid off all the creditors who were baying at your heels. By then they'd be calling him Ken instead of Mr. Hoff, because that's what they do when they smell blood. Where did the money come from? Ken? Did a rich uncle die, Ken? There's still time to get out from under this. Is there something you'd like to tell us, Ken? Ken? Billy finds himself wondering about the golf bag and the clubs that are inside. It, along with the gun. Is it Hoff's bag? If it is, has he thought to wipe the club heads in case his fingerprints are on them? Better not to think about it. Hoff has made his bed. But isn't that also true of Billy? Keeps thinking about Nick's escape plan. It's too good to be true, which is why Billy decided not to use it, and without letting Nick know. Because hey, if you're going to get rid of the guy who brokered the deal and supplied the gun, why not get rid of the man who used it? Billy doesn't want to believe that Nick would do that, but he recognizes one incontrovertible fact. Not wanting to believe stuff is how Ken Hoff got into this situation. He's almost certainly never going to get out of it. Whose idea was a warehouse fire in Cody on the day of the assassination? Not Nick's, not Hoff's, but who? It's all worrisome. But as he pulls into his driveway, he sees one thing that's good. Han looks terrific. Six. Through most of August, Billy slept well. He drifted off to sleep thinking of nothing except what he would write the following day. There were only a few dreams of Fallujah and the houses with the green garbage bags fluttering from the palm tree in their courtyard. How had they gotten up there? Why were they there? It was no longer his story, it was Benji's now. Those two things had begun to drift apart, and that was all right. He had once watched an interview with Tim O'Brien on YouTube. O'Brien talking about the things they carried. He said fiction wasn't the truth. It was the way to the truth. And Billy can now understand that. Especially when it came to writing about the war. And wasn't that what his story was mostly about? Kissing in their ruined Mercedes with Robin McGuire, aka Ronnie Givens, had only been a truce. Most of the rest was fighting. Tonight, with summer past and autumn on the come, he lies awake, troubled. Not by the gun, in the golf bag. He's thinking about the job he's with the gun. As a rule, he never goes further than the two basics. Taking the shot, getting out of Dodge. This time it's different, not just because it's the last plans to take a life for pay. It's different because it has a smell. The way Hoff's breath had smelled when he snared Billy in that clumsy and unexpected embrace. Somebody got in touch with Hoff, then realizes that not so. Nobody got in touch with Hoff because Hoff is a nobody. He may think he's somebody with his real estate developments and his movie theaters and his red Mustang convertible, but he's just a big fish in a small pond. And not really that big either. And this is a big deal. Lots of people are getting paid. Hoff himself, for one, some of his debts are paid already. And he seems to think all of them will be cleared after Joel Allen dies. Joel Allen goes down. Then there's Nick, and the troops Nick has fielded for the op. They're not squad strength, but almost. And maybe it is a squad. There could be more Nick hasn't told about. Nobody got in touch with Hoff. Nobody got in touch with Nick. Told him to bring Hoff on board. Billy remembered thinking the first time he met with Hoff at the Sunspot Cafe that Nick and Hoff must be affiliated. Now he's one step from being positive that's not true. Hoff wanted a casino license, but didn't get one. Would that have happened if he were tight with Nick? Who knows? Who knows how to finagle such things? A casino was a license to print money, after all, and Hoff needs money. If somebody behind this, the same somebody who gave Hoff a heads up about that putative warehouse fire in Cody, maybe, probably. And consider Joel Allen. Now incarcerated in Los Angeles, he's in protective custody, presumably as snug as a bug in a rug. He has a lawyer fighting extradition. Why, when Allen must know he'll be shipped back here eventually. It's not because the food is better in LA County. Is he buying time? Trying to make a deal with somebody who set all this mishigas in motion. Maybe using his lawyer as the go-between. Somebody must know Allen. Somebody must know Allen will be sent back here eventually. And when he gets here, Billy Summers will put him down before he can trade what he knows. Somebody must know there's a risk Allen and an insurance pictures, recordings, maybe a written confession to something. Billy can't imagine what. Only the somebody must feel the risk has to be taken, and that it's an acceptable one. The somebody could be right. Probably is. Guys like Allen don't take out insurance policy. Guys like Allen feel invulnerable. He may be good at the paid hits, but the crimes that have gotten him in his current barrel of shit are crimes of impulse. Besides, Mr. Somebody may feel he has no choice. Whatever the secret is, it's bad. Allen can't be allowed to find himself standing trial in a death penalty state. Not with something hot he portrayed. Billy starts to drift into sleep. Before he goes under, his last thought is of Monopoly. About how you try to stop the slide into bankruptcy by selling your properties one by one. It rarely works. Seven. As he's getting into the car the next morning, Corey Ackerman cuts across her lawn and his. She's got a brown bag and something inside it smells delicious. Made cranberry muffins. Jan and Derek both get hot lunch at school, but they like a little something extra. I had these 2 left over. They're for you. It's really nice, he says, taking the bag. Are you sure you don't want to save at least one of them for Jamal when he comes home? I did put one by for him, but I want you to eat both of these. Here? I think I can carry out that mission, Billy says, smiling. You've lost weight. Pauses. You're okay, right? Billy looks down at himself, surprised. He has lost weight. It seems he has. A hole in his belt that used to go unused is now in service. Then he looks back at her. I'm fine, Corey. You look healthy. You look healthy enough, but that isn't what I meant. Or not all I meant. Is your book going okay? Gangbuster. Then maybe you just need to eat more healthy stuff, greens and yellow vegetables, not just take out pizza and Taco Bell in the long run. Bachelor food is worse than booze. You come to dinner tonight at 6 o'clock. I'm making shepherd's pie. I load in the carrots and peas. That sounds good, as long as I'm not putting you out. You're not, and I need to say thank you. You've been very good to my kids. Niece's crush on you got even bigger when you won her that flamingo. She lowers her voice as if imparting a secret. He changed its name from Frankie to Dave. As he drives towards downtown, Billy thinks of Shan changing her flamingo's name. Feels happy because she did that, and shame because the name is, after all, Lie. 8. That afternoon, he leaves Girard Tower and strolls a couple of blocks towards Pearson Street. He stops briefly to look into a narrow alley where there are a couple of dumpsters. He thinks it will do. He U-turns to the parking garage. Later on his way back to Midwood, he stops at the Walmart. Since coming to Midwood, he's always stopping here, it seems. As he stands in line at the checkout with his shopping basket, he thinks again about packing this job in, just disappearing. Only Nick would come after him, and not just looking for a refund of the considerable sum that's already been paid on account. Billy is good at disappearing, but Nick wouldn't stop hunting. He'd start by sending a hard ball to question Bucky Hansen. And that question would be rough, because Nick would figure if anyone had a line on Billy Summers' whereabouts, it would be his broker in New York. Bucky might end up without fingernails. He might end up dead. He deserves neither. Nick would also send guys, probably Frankie Elvis and Paul Logan, to the neighborhood, the Fazios, and the ragman be questioned. So would Jamal and Corey. Maybe the kids. That was unlikely. Grown men talking to kids attracted unwanted attention. But just the thought of those two questioning Shannon Derrick makes him queasy. There are two other things. He has never run out on a job. That's number one. Joel Allen has it coming. That's number two. He's a bad person. Sir, you're next. Billy comes back to the Walmart checkout lane. Sorry, I was wool gathering. No worries. I do it all the time, checkout girl says. He empties his carry basket. There are bright green golf head covers with things like POW and WHAM printed on them, and a gun cleaning kit, a set of wooden kitchen spoons, a big red bow with Happy Birthday on it in glitter, a light jacket with the Rolling Stones logo on the back, and a child's lunchbox. The checkout girl beeps the lunchbox last, then holds it up for a better look. Sailor Moon. Some little girl is going to love this. Jan Ackerman would love it, Billy thinks, but it's not for her. In a better word, it would be. In a better world, it would. 9. That night, after dinner with the Ackermans, Corey's shepherd's pie is delicious. He goes down to his basement rumpus room and slides the gun out of the golf bag. It's an M24 as specified, and it looks okay. He breaks it down, laying the pieces out on the ping pong table, and cleans each one. Over 5 dozen in all. He finds the telescopic sight in one of the golf bag's 2 zipper pockets. In the other pocket is a magazine, which holds 5 rounds of ammunition. Sierra Match King Hollow Point Vortex. You only need one.
Con la diminuzione è stata risentita anche in alcune regioni del sud d'Italia, ha prevalso un aumento
10.
nella Calabria. E adesso direi di passare
When he
alle
enters the
informazioni
Gerard Tower
del
lobby
Sud
the
Italia, eccola per
morning
mostrare.
at
Il gran
quarter
freddo
to
in gelo,
10,
ma il tutto secco, potremmo dire.
steps
Qualche
off
banco di
the
scia sulla pianura padana, ma il cielo sereno, l'arco
The
delle Alpi.
strap of the
Poi
golf
praticamente
bag is
dalla
over his
stessa
left
linea
shoulder.
e verso sud è tutta
He
la
has
stessa
come
copertura,
in purposely late so that most of the business gerbils will be running on their
Io desidero darvi lo schema
wheels.
previsto per domani.
Herb Dean, the elderly security guy, looks up from his magazine. Today it's Motor Trend, and gives him a grin. Going on a golf adventure, Dave? Oh, for the life of a rider. Not me, Billy says. I think it's the most boring game in the universe. These are for my agent. He shifts the bag so Irv can see the big bow on the side with its glittery letters. It's over the side pocket that now holds a loaded magazine instead of a couple of dozen tees. Well, that's pretty damn nice of you. That's a present. He's done a lot for me. Uh-huh, I hear that. Only Mr. Russo doesn't exactly look cut out for the golf course. Irv holds his hands out in front of him, indicating Giorgio's enormous front porch. Billy's ready for this. Yeah, he'd probably drop dead of a heart attack by the 3rd hole if he was walking. but he's got a custom golf cart. He told me he learned the game in college when he was a lot slimmer. And you know what? The one time he talked me into going out on his course, on the course with him, he put a drive on that ball you wouldn't believe. Herb gets up for a cold moment, Billy thinks the old guy's cop reflexes have fired one last time and he means to inspect the clubs, which would save Joel Allen's life, and maybe end Billy's. Instead, he turns sideways and claps both hands to his own in considerable hindquarters. This is where the power comes from. Herb smacks himself again for emphasis. Right here. You ask any NFL lineman or home run hitter. Ask Jose Altru. 5'6", but he's got an ass like a brick. That must be it. George sure does have one hell of a boot. Billy straightens one of the green club covers. Herb, you have a good day. You do the same. Hey, when's his birthday? I'll get him a card or something. Next week. But he may not be here. He's out on the West Coast. Palm trees and pretty girls by the swimming pool, Herb says, sitting down. Nice. You staying late tonight? Don't know. Have to see how it goes. Oh, for the life of a writer, Herb says again. Opens his magazine. In his office, 11. In his office, Billy pulls off one of the green club covers. It's the one that says Slam. Sticking out of the Remington's barrel is a curtain rod. He hacksawed to the right length. Taped to the end of the rod is the bowl of a wooden serving spoon. With the green club cover snugged down over it, it looks enough like the head of a golf club to be one. He takes out the stock, barrel, and bolt 700. Then he pushes two of the clubs aside so he can remove the lunchbox, which is wrapped in a sweater to muffle any any of the clinks and clunks. Inside are the smaller components: bolt plug, firing pin, ejector pin, floor plate, latch, all the rest. He puts the disassembled gun plus the 5-shot magazine, the Leopold scope, and a glass cutter in the overhead cabinet between the office and the little kitchenette. He locks it and puts the key in his pocket. He doesn't even try to ride. Riding is done until this shit show has been put to bed. He pushes aside the MacBook on which he's writing his story and opens his own. He types the password, just a jumble of numbers and letters he memorized. There's no giveaway sticky note hidden somewhere with the password written on it, and opens the file titled Gabe Blade. Said Gabe Blade being Colin White of Business Solutions, of course. Listed there are 10 flamboyant outfits Billy has observed Colin wearing. Work. There's no way of predicting which one Colin will be wearing on the day Joel Allen is delivered to the courthouse. And Billy has decided it doesn't matter. Not just because people believe their eyes even when their eyes are telling them, but because it has to be the parachute. Sometimes Colin tops them with a wide-shouldered flower power shirt, sometimes with a tree that says, "Queers for Trump." Sometimes with one of his many band shirts. It doesn't matter because the Colin people see will be wearing a jacket on top with the Rolling Stones Lips logo on the back. He's never seen Colin in a jacket of any kind, not during the hot summer just passed, but such a garment is certainly in his wheelhouse. And if the day of the shooting is hot, as fall weather tends to be here, the jacket will still be all right. It's a fashion statement. When Nick's men in the fake DPW truck see Billy running past without stopping to get in, they won't think Billy Summers is taking off. They'll get a glimpse of the parachute pants and the shoulder-length black hair and think, there goes that fag in one of his flashy outfits, running for the hills. At least he hopes. Still using his own laptop, Billy goes shopping on Amazon, specifying next day delivery. Chapter 9. 1. A week passes. Keeps expecting to hear from Giorgio, but there's nothing. On Friday evening, he invites his neighbors over for a backyard barbecue. And for a while afterward, he, Jamal, and Paul Ragland play three-way pass in Billy's backyard, while the kids play tag, ducking under Paul and Jamal's throws, which are sizzling. Even though the glove Jamal found for Billy is a well-padded catcher's. His hand still stinging as he does up a few dishes. That's when his phone rings. Goes to the David Lockridge one first, but it's not that one. Then to Billy Summers' phone. It's not that one either. Which leaves the one he didn't expect at all. Has to be Bucky in New York, as he's the only one who has the Daltons. But as he picks it up off the Welsh dresser in the living room, he realizes that's not true. It was on the form he filled out for Merton Richter, real estate agent. And he also gave it to Beverly Jensen, upstairs neighbor. Hello? Hi, neighbor. It's Beverly. It's not Beverly, it's her husband. How's Alabama? For a moment, Billy has no idea what Jensen is talking about. He's frozen. Dalton? Did I lose you? It clicks into place. He's supposed to be in Huntsville, installing a computer system for Equity Insurance. No, I'm here. How is it? Hot? That's how it is. Weather okay otherwise? Billy has no clue how the weather is in Huntsville. Probably pretty much like here. But who knows? If he had the slightest fucking idea Don Jensen might call, he'd have checked. Nothing special. What can I do for you? Well, we were wondering just who the hell you really are, he imagines. He imagines Don saying. That fake belly might fool most people, but my wife spotted it from the get-go. Tell you what, Don says. Bev's mother took a turn for the worse yesterday and died this afternoon. Oh, very sorry to hear that. Billy actually is sorry. Maybe not. Very. Maybe not very, but at least sorry of, sort of. Beverly is no Corey Ackerman, but she's okay. Yeah, Bev's pretty broken up about it. She's in the bedroom packing and balling and packing. We're flying to St. Louis tomorrow. Then gotta rent a car at the airport and drive to this little shit plate town called Diggins. It's not just the burying. There's a bunch of affairs that need winding up. Gonna be there a while. I hate the expense, but some lawyer of hers gonna read the will on Tuesday. And I think there might be some money in it for us. That's how he sounds, but you know lawyers. Cagey. That's right, cagey still. And that was what you call a saving soul. And Bev's her only kid. We'll have to be there a while is why I'm calling. Bev wanted to know if it'd be okay for me to put a key to our place under your door when you get back from Bama. It'd be a favor if you'd check our fridge and water, Bev's spider plant, and her busy Lizzie, crazy about things, even gives them names. Believe it? If you're gonna be gone longer than a week, that's a head scratcher. We don't know many people around here. because there aren't many around here, around there, Billy thinks. He also thinks this is good, better than good. Fantastic stroke of luck. He'll have the Pearson Street house entirely to himself. Unless the Jensens come back before Joel Allen in California. If you can't do it, I can, and I'll be happy to. How long do you think you'll be gone? No way of telling. At least a week, maybe 2. I got a leave of absence from work, without pay, of course. But if there's money in it, right, I get it. And no problem on the plants. I expect to be back soon, and for quite a while this time. That's great. Bev told me to tell you that you can have anything out of the fridge you want. Better it gets used than have it spoil. She says, of course the milk may be gone anyway. Yeah, I ran into that problem myself. You have a safe trip. Thanks, Dalton. You bet, Billy says. That night, Billy lies in bed with his hands under the pillow, looking up at the misty oblong of yellowish light on the ceiling, thrown by the street light in front of the Fazio. Keeps forgetting to get curtains, thinks about doing it, and then it slips his mind. Maybe now, with nothing to do but wait, he'll remember. He hopes the waiting period will be short, not just because Dawn and Beverly being gone is so convenient, but because the hours spent in the Gerard Tower are going to hang heavy without Benji's story to work on. Fallujah comes next, and Billy knows some of what he wants to say. Some of the brilliant details he wants to capture. Those shredded garbage bags caught in the palm tree, blowing in the hot wind like flags. How the Mooj showed up in taxi to battle the Marines, piling out of them like clowns out of the little car at the circus. Only the circus clowns don't pile out guns up. How boys in 50 Cent and Snoop Dogg t-shirts served as ammo runners, darting through the rubble in their battered Nikes, Chuck Taylors. How a 3-legged dog with half a human hand in its mouth went trotting through Dolan Park. Billy can see the white dust on the dog's paws so clearly. The pieces are there, but no way you can put them together until this job is done. According to William Wordsworth, the best writing is about strong emotion, recalled in tranquility. Billy's lost his strength. Finally slips into sleep. But the soft ding-dong of an arriving taxi wakes him at some dark hour. Ordinarily, he might have slept through it, but now all his sleep is thin, with dreams that are mere wisps. It was always that way in the suck. 3 phones are lined up and charging on his nightstand. Billy's, Dave's, and Dalton's. It's the screen of his own that's lit up. Double Dom. Call me. There follows a number with a Las Vegas area code. BBL Dom is the Double Domino. Nick's Casino Hotel. In Billy's time zone, it's 3 o'clock in Vegas. At Billy's time zone, it's 3 o'clock. In Vegas, Nick is probably just preparing to turn in. Billy calls Nick. Nick answers and asks how Billy's doing. Billy says he's doing fine, except for being 3 o'clock in the morning. Nick laughs cheerfully. Best time to call, folks. Best time to call. Folks are always home. Just got word that a friend will probably be coming your way next Wednesday. It would have been Monday, but he's got a little case of food poisoning. Probably self-administered. His ride will take him to his hotel, where he'll spend the night. Follow? Billy follows. Alan's hotel will be the county jail. The next morning he'll be over your way for the A. You know what I mean? Yes, the arraignment. Did our redhead friend get you what you wanted? Yes. It's okay? Yes. Good. Your agent will send you one more text, then you're on standby. After you leave on your vacation, got all that? Yes, Billy says. You want to pay the bill on this phone and any others you've been using. Follow me? Yes, Billy says. The way Nick keeps asking him if he's getting it is tiresome, but also good. Nick still thinks he's talking to a fellow whose brains are permanently on the dimmer switch. Destroy the Billy Summers phone. Destroy the David Lockridge phone. Destroy any burner phones he may have picked up along the way. Roger that. The phone he'll keep is the one Nick doesn't. Pal. We'll talk down the line. Keep your phone for a while if you want. But crush the text I sent you. And he's gone. Billy deletes the text, lies down, and is asleep in less than
हमेशा महंगी वाली टिकिया
लेती थी जब वही महंगे दामों वाली क्वालिटी, वही सफेदी, वही झाग, कम दामों में मिले तो कोई नीति ले, वो न ले।
मान गए
किसे?
आपकी कार की नजर और निर्मा सुपर दोनों को
अब निर्मा सुपर, धुलाई का सुपर दाम, दाम हेवी कम।
Quack. Quack, quack.
Cool weekend. Fall, it seems, is finally arriving. Billy can see the first few dashes of color in the trees on evergreen. There's Monopoly on Sunday afternoon. Billy playing against the kids with half a dozen more kibitzing around the board. Dice are usually his friend, but not today. He rolls 3 doubles and winds up in jail. On 3 consecutive turns, a statistical freak almost up there with picking all 6 Mega Millions numbers. He hangs in long enough for two of his opponents to go broke, and then loses to Derek Ackerman when the bank has taken his last mortgage property. The kids all crow and pigpile him, chanting, "Loser, loser, vodka, boozer," before he comes downstairs to see what all the ruckus is about and yells through her laughter to get off him. Let the man breathe. "You got smoked," Danny Fazio shouts gleefully. "You got smoked by a kid." "I did," Billy says, laughing at himself. "If I'd gotten all the railroads instead of going to jail." Ken's friend Becky blows a raspberry at him, and they all laugh some more. Then they go upstairs and eat pie in the living room, where Jamal is watching a baseball playoff game. Chen sits next to Billy on the couch, holding her flamingo in her lap. In the 7th inning, she goes to sleep with her head resting on Billy's arm. Corey asks him to stay for supper, but Billy declines, saying he might catch an early movie. He's been hankering to see Deadly Express. "I saw the previews for that one," Derek says. "It looks scary. I ate lots of popcorn. It keeps me from being scared." Billy does go to the movie, but listens to a podcast review of it as he drives across town to the parking garage where his Ford Fusion awaits. Always safe, never sorry. Drives the Fusion to 658 Pearson Street and stows his Dalton Smith gear in the closet. Then he goes upstairs and waters Bev Jensen's spider plant and Busy Lizzie. The spider plant is going great guns.
Un brevissimo flash meteorologico
but the
iniziando
busy
dalle 10
Lizzie
di oggi, le
looks
temperature minime
pretty
si segnalano.
wilted.
Le minime
There you go, Daphne,
con
Billy says. The little sign in front of the busy Lizzie so identifies her. The spider plane is named, who knows why, Walter. Billy locks up and leaves the house wearing a gimme cap to cover his non-blonde hair. Also sunglasses, although it's now almost dark. He returns the Fusion, drives his Toyota back to Midwood, watches some TV, and goes to bed. Falls asleep almost immediately. 4. On Monday afternoon, there's a knock on his door. Billy opens it with a sinking heart, expecting Ken Hoff. But it's not Hoff, it's Phyllis Stanhope. She's smiling, but her eyes are red and puffy. Take a girl to dinner? Just like that? My boyfriend dumped me, and I need some cheering up. He pauses and adds, my treat. No need of that, Billy says. He has an idea this might lead. He has an idea where this might lead, and it's maybe not such a good idea. But he doesn't care, happy to pick up the tab. And if you really don't like that, we can go Dutch again. But they don't go Dutch, Billy pays. He thinks she may have decided to celebrate the end of her affair by sleeping with him and the 3 screwdrivers she downs. 2 before dinner and 1 during. Only cement the idea. Billy offers her the wine list, but she waves it away. Never mix, never worry. That's from Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, Billy finishes. And she laughs. He doesn't eat much of her dinner. Says it was kind of a nasty breakup scene. Part 1 in person and parts 2 on the phone. And she's just not that hungry. What she really wants are those drinks. They may not be going Dutch, but she needs some Dutch courage for what comes next, which now seems not just possible, but inevitable. And he wants it. It's been a long time since he's been with a woman. As Billy pays the check with one of his David Lockridge credit cards, he thinks of the kids piling on him and chanting, loser, loser, vodka, boozer. And here, only a day later, that very vodka boozer, a loser in love. Let's go to your place. I don't want to go to mine. And look at his aftershave on the bathroom shelf. Well, Billy thinks, you can look at the aftershave on mine. You can even use my brush. When they get to the yellow house on Evergreen Street, she takes an appraising look around, compliments him on the Dr. Zhivago poster he bought in the door in a downtown junk shop, and asks him if he has anything to drink. Billy has a 6 in the fridge. He asks her if she wants a glass, and Phil says she'll drink it right out of the can. He brings 2 into the living room. I thought you were off alcohol for the duration. He shrugs. Promises were made to be broken. Besides, I'm off the clock. They have barely opened them when she says, "It's hot in here," and starts unbuttoning her blouse. The beers will be open on the coffee table in the morning, flat and barely tasted. The sex is good, at least for Billy. He thinks for her too, but with women it's hard to tell. Sometimes they'd just like you to stop trying so hard and get off so they can go to sleep. But if she's faking it, it's a good fake. Then comes a point just before he can hold back no longer when she makes an oomph sound against his shoulder and digs in with her nails, almost hard enough to bring blood. When he rolls over to his side of the bed, he gives him a pat on the shoulder as if to say, "Good boy. Please don't tell me that was a mercy fuck." "It wasn't, believe me," he says. "I won't ask you if it was a revenge fuck." She laughs. "You better not." And she rolls over on her side, away from him. 5 minutes later, she's snoring. Billy lies awake for a while, not because she's snoring. They're ladylike snores, almost like purring, but because his mind won't turn off. He thinks her turning up the way she did and then coming home with him is like something out of a Zola novel, where every character has to be fully used and make one final appearance, like a curtain call. He hopes his own story isn't over, but guesses this part of it almost is. If he finishes his job, collects his pay, some new life, maybe as Dalton Smith, maybe as someone else, will begin. Maybe a better life. He has realized for some time, probably since he's started writing Benji's story, that he can no longer live this one without choking. The idea, no matter how conceit, the conceit that he only kills bad people will stretch just so far. There are good people sleeping in the houses on this very street. He's not going to kill any of them, but he supposes he'll kill something inside them when they find out why he was really here. Is that too poetic? Too romantic? Billy thinks not. A stranger came and turned into a neighbor, but here's the punchline. He turned out to be a stranger all along. Around 3 o'clock, Billy awakens to hear Phil puking in the bathroom. The toilet flushes, water runs. She comes back to bed. She cries a little. Billy pretends to be asleep. Crying stops. The snores recommence. Billy sleeps and dreams of garbage bags fluttering in the palm tree. 5. He wakes shortly after 6 to the smell of coffee. Phil is in the kitchen, barefoot and wearing one of his button-up shirts. How did you sleep? Billy asks. Fine. You? Terrific. And that coffee smells really good. I stole some of your aspirin. Guess I had one drink too many last night. She gives him a look that's amusement and embarrassment. Half and half. As long as you didn't steal any of my aftershave. That makes her laugh. One night hookups can lead to some grisly mornings after. He suffered through a couple of those. But Billy thinks this one may be okay, and that's good. Phil's a nice woman. When he offers to scramble some eggs, she makes a face and shakes her head. He does get her to eat some unbuttered toast. After he gives the bedroom and bathroom over to her so she can shower and dress in privacy. When she emerges, she looks fine. Her blouse is a little wrinkled, but otherwise she's good to go. She'll have a tale to tell later on, Billy thinks. My night with a killer. If she chooses to tell it, that is. May not. Will you drive me home, Dave? I want to change my clothes. Happy to. He pauses at the door and puts a hand on his arm. It wasn't revenge sex. No? Sometimes a girl just wants to be wanted. And you wanted me, didn't you? Yes. He gives a brisk nod that says that's and I wanted you, but I think it's going to be the only time. Never say never, but that's my feeling. Billy, who knows it's going to be the only time, nods. Friends? Phil asks. He gives her a hug and a kiss on the cheek. To the end. It's still early, but Evergreen Street gets up early. Across the street, Diane Fazio is sitting in a rocker on her front porch. She's bundled up in a woolly pink housecoat with a cup of coffee in one hand. Billy opens the passenger door of his Toyota for Phil as he walks around the back to the driver's side. Diane gives him a neighborly thumbs up. Billy has to smile. Get a little too comfortable with this suburban life that he built. 6. When the lunch truck arrives, Billy goes down for a taco and a Coke. Jim Albright, John Colton, and Harry Stone, the young lawyers, like characters in a TV show or a Grisham novel, wave him over and ask him to sit with them. But Billy says he wants to eat at his desk and do a little more work. Jim raises a finger and recites, "No man on his deathbed ever said, I wish I'd spent more time in the office." Oscar Wilde, just before he passed into the great beyond. You could tell Jim that Oscar Wilde's last words are actually reputed to have been either "that wallpaper goes" or "I do." But he just smiles. The truth is, he doesn't want to spend time with these people now that the job is almost here. Not because he doesn't like them, but because he does. And Phil seems to have taken the day off. He hopes she'll take Wednesday and Thursday off too. But that's probably too much to hope for. His Dalton phone starts to ring just as he re-enters the office. Don Jensen. Dolan, my man, you back? I am. How you doing? How's Daffy and Wooler? All three of us are fine. How are you? In the bag is how Don is from the sound of his voice, even though it's just a little past noon. Man, I've never been better. Better comes out bare. Bevy, too. Say hi, Bevy. Distant but perfectly audible because she's yelling. Beverly says, hi there, honey bunny, and shrieks with laughter. So she's been drinking too. Not exactly in the morning, either of them. Bevy says, hi. Don says, yes, I heard. Dolan, buddy, drops, we're rich. Seriously? Lawyer read the will this morning, and Bevy's mom left her everything. Stocks and bank accounts. Almost $200,000. In the background, Bevy cheers, and Billy can't help but smile. May be in mourning again when she sobers up, but right now, these two apartment dwellers in one of the city's not very desirable neighborhoods are celebrating, and Billy can't blame them. That's great, Don. Really great. How long you gonna be home this time? That's why I'm calling, Dolan. Probably quite a while. We've got a new contract for. Don doesn't wait for him to finish. Good, that's good. You keep watering Daffy and Waller. Because you know what? What? Guess. Can't guess. Gotta. My computer, compadre. Gotta. You're going to Disneyland. Don laughs so loud that Billy pulls the phone away from his ear with a little wince. But he's also smiling. A good thing has happened to decent people. And no matter what his own situation happens to be, he has to like it. He wonders if Zola ever wrote development similar to this. Probably not, but Dickens now. Close, Dolan, close. We're going on a cruise. In the background, Beverly whoops. You gonna be around for a month? Maybe even 6 weeks? Because at this point, Beverly snatches the phone. And Billy once more has to hold it a couple inches away to spare his overtaxed eardrum. If you're not, just let them die. I can afford new ones. A whole greenhouse. Billy has time to offer both condolences and congratulations. Then it's Don again. And when we get back, we're moving. No more scenic view of that fucking vacant lot across the street. Not that I'm dissing your apartment. Doll. Is the one Bevy always wanted. Bev cries, not anymore. Morning, Turtle. How are ya? Billy says, I'll water Daphne and Walter. Don't worry about that. We'll pay you for it, Mr. Computer Geek Plant Sitter. We can afford to. No need. You're good neighbors. You too, Dolan. You too. Know what we're drinking? Maybe champagne? Billy once more has to hold the phone away from his ear. You hit the goddamn nail on the goddamn head. Don't overdo it, Billy says, and give Beverly my best. You hear? Sorry for her loss, but glad for your gain. I will for sure. Thanks a million, buddy. He pauses, and when he speaks again, he sounds almost sober. Odd. $200,000. Do you believe it? Yes, Billy says. He ends the call and sits back in his office chair. He's sitting a lot more than $200K, but he thinks Don and Beverly Jensen are really the rich ones. Yes, sir, really the rich ones. Sentimental, but true. Tired as hell, but awake, huh? Well, it's good to see you this morning. Even if you are tired. Grab a cup of coffee and sit in and listen a bit. Even if you feel like it, you can jump in the pool with the rest of the ducks. Next morning, as he's running into the parking garage, as he's turning into the parking garage around the corner from Gerard Tower, is David Lockridge phones with a text. He waits until he's parked on the 4th level and reads it. He Russo. Check is on the way. Billy doubts it. It's only 6:30 on the West Coast. But he understands that the check would be in the way soon. Alan is coming, probably on the commercial flight, handcuffed to one of this city's detectives or a state cop. And that's good. Time to get the show on the road. Overtime. He opens the back door of his car and takes a paper grocery bag from the seat. Crammed inside are the parachute pants and the silk jacket with the Rolling Stones lips on the back. This pair isn't gold, although the gold ones are Colin White's favorite. After some interior debate, Billy has decided that would be a little too flashy. The ones he ordered from Amazon are black with gold sparkles. He's sure Colin would adore them. Billy has a story ready in case, unlikely but always possible, Irv asks him why he's coming to work with a grocery bag. But Irv is talking to several fine-looking ladies from Business Solution and just gives him a distracted wave as Billy signs in and heads for the elevators. In his office, he opens the bag, rummages beneath the clothes, and takes out a sign he bought at Staples from a rack. It says, "Sorry, closed." A pair of sad cartoon faces flank the message. There's white space for a brief explanation beneath. Billy uses a Sharpie to print "No water use 4 or 6." He waves the sign in the air a few times, not wanting his message to smudge, and places it back in the bag. He adds the long-haired black wig, then puts the bag in the closet. At his desk, he transfers the Benji story to a thumb drive. Once that's done, he uses a suicide program to destroy everything on the MacBook Pro. It stays here. His fingerprints are all over it and everything else in this place. After all this time, he'd missed some, no matter how much he wiped. But that's okay. Once he takes the shot and sees Joel Allen lying dead on the courthouse steps, Billy Summers will cease to exist. And for his personal lappy, he could kill that one as well. Leave it and use one of the cheap new Altex at Pearson Street. But he doesn't want to. This one's coming along for the ride. It's all good, Colonel. But I am glad to see you pop it in. There's an awful lot of ducks right now. Not alone in. Lots of ducks. Place. An hour later, there's a knock on the outer door. He answers it, once more expecting Ken Hoff, maybe with a case of cold feet. And once again, he's wrong. This time it's Dana Edison, one of the imported hard boys from Mixed Vegas team. He's not dressed in his DPW coveralls today. Today he's Mr. Nondescript in dark slacks and a gray sport coat. He's a little man, bespectacled, and at first glance you might think he belongs in Phil Stanhope's accounting office at the other end of the hall. Take a closer look and you might, especially if you were a Marine, see something different. Hey there, fella. Edison's voice is low and polite. Nick wanted me to have a word. Okay if I step in? Billy stands aside. Then Edison breezes through the outer office in his neat brown loafers and into the small conference room. It serves as Billy's writing studio. Not to mention his computer's overlook. Edison moves with lithe confidence. Glances briefly at the table where Billy's personal lappy is open with a half-played cribbage game in progress. Then looks out the window. Tracing the line of fire Billy has traced himself many times over the summer. Only now summer is over and there's a snap in the air. It's good that Edison gives him a little time, because here Billy has gotten used to being a pretty smart guy named David Lockridge who might have slipped. But when Edison turns back to him, Billy has his dumb self face on, eyes wide, mouth slightly ajar. Not enough to make him look like the village idiot. Just enough so he looks like a man who might believe Zola is one of Superman's arch enemies. You're Dana, right? I met you at Nick's. He nods. Also seen me at Reggie tooling around. Me and Reggie tooling around in that little city truck. Yeah. Nick wants to know if you're all ready for tomorrow. Sure. Where's the gun? Well, Dana grins, showing teeth as small and neat as the rest of him. Never mind, but it's close, right? You bet. Got a glass cutter for the window? Stupid question, but that's okay. He's supposed to be stupid. Sure. Don't want to use it today? Sun shines on this side of the building all afternoon. Someone might see the hole. I know that. Yeah, I suppose you would. Nick says you were a sniper. Got some kills in Fallujah, yeah? How was that? Good. It wasn't. Neither is this conversation. Having Edison in the room was like having let in a small and very compact storm cloud. Nick wanted me to make sure you're straight on the plan. I'm straight. Edison stays on the message. You take the shot, 5 seconds later. No more than 10. There's going to be a hell of a big bang from behind the cafe over there. Flashpot. A flashpot, right. That's Frankie's responsibility. 5 seconds after that, no more than 10, one's going off behind the news and stationery shop on the corner. That's Polly Logan. People are going to start beating feet. You'll join them. Just one more office guy. Wanting a quick look at what happened and then wanting to get the hell out. You hook around the corner, the PDW truck will be there. Reggie will have the back doors open. I'll be behind the wheel. In you go and change into the coveralls. Fast as you can. Clear? It always was. Billy doesn't need a last minute tutorial. Yes, just one thing, Dana. What might that be? I've got stuff to do to get ready, and once I start doing it, there's no going back. Are you sure it's gonna be tomorrow? Dana starts to speak. I say, of course, but Billy shakes his head. Think before you say anything. Think hard, because if something changes, this deal goes south, I'm gone. Joel Allen is still using his lungs. So are you sure? Dana Edison looks closely at Billy, perhaps reevaluating. Then he smiles. Sure as I am that the sun rises in the east. Anything else? No. Okay. Edison heads back to the outer office, walking that springy walk. His man bun looks like a dark red doorknob at the door. He turns and regards Billy with eyes that are bright and blue and expressionless. Says, "Don't miss." And Billy goes back into his writing room and stares at the frozen cribbage game. He's thinking that Dana Edison said nothing about possible warehouse fire in Coke. And he certainly would have if he knew. About it. He's also thinking about the possibility that if he went with Nick's plan, he really might end up in a ditch on a country road with a hole in his forehead. If that were to happen, he guesses Edison would be the one to put it there. And who would end up with the owing $1.5 million? Nick, of course. Billy would like to believe that paranoid, but after Edison's visit, it seems a little more likely. Surely the thought has at least crossed Nick's mind, despite their long association. Pinch off Ken Hoff, pinch off Billy Summers, and everyone walks away clean. Billy closes down his computer. Writing a story has never felt so far away. Hell, today he can't even play cribbage. 7 or 9. On his way home, he stops at Ace Hardware, buys the last thing he needs, the Yale padlock. When he arrives at his house, his last night here, there's a piece of paper on the top step of the porch, held down with a rock. He slides his laptop case off his shoulder, picks up paper, sits, studies it, and thinks this is a curtain call he could have done without. It's a crayon drawing, obviously made by a child, but one who shows at least some talent. How much is impossible to tell, because the artist is currently only 8 years old. At the bottom, she has signed her name, Denise Anya Ackerman. At the top, in capital letters, for Dave. The picture is of a smiling little girl with dark brown skin and bright red ribbons decorating her cornrows. In her arms is a pink flamingo, from whose head floats a series of hearts. Billy looks at it for a long time, then folds it and puts it in his back pocket. He's gotten himself into a box he never dreamed of. He would give anything, $2 million payout included, to be able to turn the calendar back 3 months to that hotel lobby where he sat reading Archie's Pals and Gals and waiting for his ride. When Frankie Elvis and Paul Logan came in, he would tell them to make his apologies to Nick. He's changed his mind, but there's no going back now, only forward. And when he thinks of Dana Edison, perhaps stopping by this neighborhood to ask questions, maybe even putting those small, neat hands of his on Shanice's shoulders, Billy pressed his lips together so tight they may disappear. He is in a box, and all he can do is shoot his way out. Stuff in it quite a bit. Chapter 10, 1. Thursday morning, day of, Billy gets up at 5. He eats toast with a glass of water to wash it down. No coffee. No caffeine of any kind until the job is done. When he shoulders the 700 and looks through the Leopold scope, he wants his hands perfectly steady. Puts his toast plate in the empty water glass in the sink. Lined up on the table are his 4 cell phones. Takes the SIM cards from 3 of them: the Billy phone, the Dave phone, the burner, and microwaves the cards. 2 minutes. He's done an oven glove. Dons an oven glove, picks out the charred remains, and grinds them up in the garbage disposal. 3 SIM-less phones go in a paper bag. He adds the Dalton Smith phone, the Yale lock, and the plain gray gimme cap he wore to Pearson Street when he dropped off the Dalton Smith gear and watered Beverly's plants. Stands in the doorway for a few moments, laptop slung over one shoulder. Looking around, this isn't home. He hasn't really had a place he could call home since Officer FWS Malkin drove him away from 19 Skyline Drive in the Hillview Trailer Park. And that wasn't much of one, especially after Bob Raines killed his sister. But he guesses this place has been close. Well, okay then. Says, goes out. He doesn't bother to lock the door. No need for the cops to break it down. Bad enough that they'll assuredly trample all over the lawn he works hard to bring back. 2. Billy doesn't drive to the parking garage. The parking garage is done. 5 to 6, he parks on Main Street, 2 blocks from the Gerard Tower. Plenty curbside spaces at this hour, and the sidewalk is deserted. Laptop is over his shoulder. Paper bag is in hand. He leaves the keys in the Toyota's cup holder. Maybe someday, maybe somebody will steal it. Although that's not actually necessary. Neither is dropping the 3 dead cell phones through 3 different sewer grates. Always checking his surroundings to be sure he's not observed. It's what they called policing up the area. In the Marines. After he drops the 3rd one, he checks to see if he brought Denise's drawing of her and the flamingo, the one whose name has been changed to Dave. It's there. Good. It's a keeper. Cuts down Gary Street, walks a block away from Gerard Tower, comes to the alley he scoped out. After again checking to make sure he's unobserved, also that there's no inconvenient wino sleeping it off in there, Billy enters the alley and crouches. Behind the second of 2 dumpsters, trash pickup day in this city is Friday. So both are full and reeking. He stows his laptop and the gray gimme cap behind the dumpster, then scavenges a bunch of packing paper and covers them. This part worries him more than taking the shot. Do you call that irony? He doesn't know. What he knows is that he doesn't want to lose the Lappy any more than he wants to lose the copy of Peace for Queen he was reading when he came to this city. The book is safely stowed at 658 Pearson. Lucky Charms are what they are. Like the baby shoe he carried during Operation Vigilant Resolve and most of Phantom Fury. Chances of someone coming down this alley, looking behind the dumpster, lifting the garbage, bespattered packaging paper, and stealing his laptop are small. And they'd never be able to crack the password. But the object matters. Can't bring it, though, because he can't leave Girard Tower with it slung over his shoulder. He has seen Colin White with his phone. And a couple of times he's shown up for lunch still wearing the headset that must just about be part of it. But Billy has never seen him with a laptop. Gets to Girard Tower at 20 past 6. This street, dead-ending at the courthouse, will be a hive full of worker bees later on. But now it's a graveyard. The only person he sees is a sleepy-eyed woman putting out the breakfast specials signboard in front of the Sunspot Cafe. Billy wonders if the flash spot is already in place behind it. Then dismisses the thought. Flash spots are not his problem, nor is the fire Ken Hoff promised out in Cody. Billy will take the shot no matter what. It's his job. With his bridges burned one by one behind him, he means to do it. There's no other choice. Herb Dean isn't in the security stand and won't be until 7, maybe 7:30. One of the building's two janitors is buffing the lobby floor. He looks up as Billy goes to the card reader to record his entry, just like a good boy should. Hey, Tommy, Billy says, heading for the elevators. What are you doing here so early, Dave? God isn't even up. I've got a deadline, Billy tells him, thinking what an apt word that is for today's business. I'll probably be here until God goes back to bed. That makes Tommy laugh. Go get him, Tiger. That's the plan, Billy says. Three. Takes the two paper bags down from the 5th floor men's room. He stows his Colin White disguise, not neglecting the wig of long black hair, maybe the most important part, in the trash basket by the wash basin. Then covers it with paper towels, the sign, and the padlock. Go on the door. Key goes in his pocket, along with Dalton's phone and the Benji Thompson flash drive. Halfway back to his office, he has a nasty thought. There were a few moments on his way here when he lost focus, his mind on Shan's drawing, instead of staying where it belongs, on his morning's preparation. He's dropped the Dalton Smith phone into a sewer instead of one of the others. The idea is so terrible that in that moment, he's positive that's just what he did. that when he reaches in his pocket, he'll find the Billy phone, or the Dave phone, or that useless burner. If so, he can replace it. His Dalton Smith credit cards are all good. But what if Don or Beverly Jensen should call on the day or two before FedEx can deliver a new one to 658 Pearson? No wonder why he's out of touch. It might not matter, but it might. Good neighbors, grateful neighbors, might even call the police and ask them to check his basement apartment, make sure he's okay. He grasps the phone for a moment, just holds it, feeling like a roulette player, afraid to look at the wheel, see which color the little ball is landed on. Worst thing, worse than the inconvenience, even worse than the potential danger, is knowing he was careless. He let his thoughts slip to the life that's now behind him. He brings the phone out of his pocket and breathes a sigh of relief. It's the one that belongs to Dalton. He's gotten away with one potential mistake. Can't make another. The fates are unforgiving. Quarter of 7, Billy goes to the local paper on his Dalton Smith phone and uses Dalton Smith's credit card to get behind the paywall. Front page headline has to do with the upcoming state election, but near the bottom of the page, what would have been below the fold in an old days of actual newspapers, there's a headline reading, "Allen to be arraigned, charged with Halton murder." The story begins after a protracted extradition fight. Joel Allen will finally have his first of many days in court. Prosecutors plan to charge him with first-degree murder in the slaying of James Houghton, 43, assault with intent to kill in the near-fatal shooting of. Billy doesn't bother with the rest, but he sets his phone to receive news alerts from the paper. He sits at the desk in the outer office and prints a note on the page, torn from one of the Staples pads that have otherwise never been used. Working under deadline, please do not disturb, it reads. He tapes it to the door and locks the door from the inside. He takes the pieces of the Remington 700 from the overhead cabinet and lays them out on the table where he's done his writing. Seeing them there like an exploded schematic in a firearms manual brings back Fallujah. He pushes the memories away. That's another life that's far behind him.
मान गए
किसे?
आपकी पार की नजर और निर्मा सुपर दोनों को
अब निर्मा सुपर धुलाई का सुपर दाम दाम हेवी कम
No more mistakes, he says. and puts the rifle together. Barrel, bolt, extractor, and ejector spring. Butt plate and butt plate spacer. All the rest. His hands move swiftly and almost of their own accord. He thinks briefly of that poem by Henry Reed, the one that begins, Today we have naming of parrot. Yesterday we had daily cleaning. He pushes that away too. No more thinking of little girls' pictures this morning, and no poetry. Later maybe, and maybe later he will write. Now he has to keep his mind on his business and his eyes on the prize. That he no longer cares much about prize doesn't matter. The scope comes last. And once again, he uses the sighting app to make sure it remains accurate. Screw down, they used to say. He runs the bolt 3 times, adds a drop or 2 of oil, and runs it again. There's no need of this when he only intends to fire once, but it's how he was taught. Last, he loads the magazine, cycles the bolt. Move the killing round into the chamber. He lays the weapon with care, but no reverence, not anymore, on the table. He uses a thumbtack, a length of string, and a Sharpie to trace a circle 2 inches in diameter on the window. He crisscrosses it with masking tape, then starts with the glass cutter. His phone chimes softly while he's going round and round, but Billy doesn't even pause. It takes him a while because the glass is thick. But in the end, the circlet of glass comes out as neatly as the cork from a wine bottle. A breath of cool morning breeze slips in through the hole. He checks his phone. Sees he's gotten a text alert from the newspaper. Warehouse fire in Cody. 4-alarm job. Looking out the window, Billy can see a pillar of black smoke. He doesn't know where Ken Hoff got his information, but it was bang on the money. It's now 7:30, and he is as ready as he can be, as ready as he needs to be. He hopes. He sits down in the chair where he's done his writing, hands clasped loosely in his lap. He waits. As he waited in Fallujah, high up and across the river from the internet cafe run by the Arab who had tattled on the Blackwater contractors and set off a firestorm, as he did on a dozen rooftops, listening gunfire and garbage bags rattling in puncture. His heartbeat is slow and regular. There are no nerves. He watches the traffic pick up on Court Street. Soon all the parking spaces will be full. He watches customers and He watches customers enter the Sunspot Cafe. A few sit outside, where Billy sat months ago with Ken Hoff. A Channel 6 news truck comes lumbering up the street, but it's the only one. Either the warehouse fire is drawn away the others, or Joel Allen isn't big priority. Probably both, Billy thinks. He waits. Time passes. It always does. 5. Business Solutions crew starts arriving at 10 to 8. Some carrying Go Cups. They'll be hard at it by 8:15. Dunning folks who are over their heads in debt. Translucent shades drop over their big windows to discourage them from looking away from their work for even a few seconds. Some stop on their way to the lobby doors to stare at the pillar of black smoke rising over the courthouse from out Cody Way. Colin White among them. No coffee and a Go Cup for him. He's got a can of Red Bull. Today he's wearing tie-dyed bell bottoms and a blaze orange t-shirt. Nothing like the outfit Billy's hidden away. But in the confusion, it shouldn't matter. More people arrive, but in this under-occupied building, not that many. Most are headed for the courthouse. At 8:30, Jim Albright and John Colton come down Court Street and cut across the plaza. They're carrying big boxy briefcases. And behind them, Phyllis Stanhope. Her fall coat has come out of its closet hibernation for the first time. It's scarlet, making Billy think of Little Red Riding Hood. He has a brief, vivid memory of her looking down at him, urging him deeper as he brushes her nipples with his thumbs and pushes it away. There are 12 people on the 5th floor, not counting Billy himself. 5 in the lawyer's office and 7 in the accounting office. The people in the lawyer's office may or may not hear the shot, but Billy is counting on them hearing the bang when the first flash pot goes off. There'll be a short pause as they look at each other, asking what was that? And then they'll hurry across the hall to the Crescent Accounting Service, because those are the windows facing Court Street. By then, the second flash pot will have gone off. They'll crowd together and look out, trying to decide what has happened and what they should do. Go down or stay put. There will be a differing of opinions. He thinks it may be as long as 5 minutes before they decide to go down, because they have a high vantage point and all the hoo-ha is either across the street at the vantage point courthouse, or up on the corner at the news and stationery store. Billy won't need 5 minutes. 3 should do it. Maybe only 2. His phone chimes with another new news push. The warehouse fire has spread to a nearby storage facility. Fire crews from other districts are on their way. Route 64 will be closed until at least noon. Motorists are advised to use State Road 47A. At 5 to 9, another push announces that the fire is being brought under control. So far, there are no reported injuries or fatalities. Billy's now sitting in front of the window with a Remington across his knees. The day is clear as a bell. The rain Nick fretted about hasn't happened. The breeze is no more than a refreshing breath. The Channel 6 film crew is all set and ready to record for news at noon. So where is the star of the show? Billy expected Alan to be delivered in a country sheriff vehicle rather than the perp bus. And on the dot of 9, at which time he'd be escorted to a holding room until the judge was ready for him. But it's now 5 past, and there's no sign of any official vehicle arriving from the county jail on Holland Street. 10 past and still nothing. Breakfast crowd at the Sunspot is clearing out. Soon the woman in charge, no longer sleepy-eyed, will take in the signboard with the breakfast specials and replace it with the one for the lunch specials. 9:15 and smoke billowing above the courthouse seems to be thinning. Billy is starting to wonder if there's been a glitch. By 20 past, he's sure of it. Maybe Alan's sick, or has made himself sick. Maybe somebody has attacked him in the county. Maybe he's in the infirmary, or even dead. Maybe he's pretended to go mental in order to delay the arraignment. Maybe he actually has gone mental. 9:30, as Billy is considering his exit options, disassembling the gun will be step 1, no matter what. And black SUV with county sheriff on the side glides onto Court Street. Blue lights are flashing on the roof and inside the grill. Small Channel 6 film crew, which has been lounging around, snaps to attention. A woman in her short dress, the exact same red as Phil's fall coat, steps out of the TV truck. She's holding a microphone in one hand and a small mirror in the other to check her appearance. Mirror heliographs bright morning sun Billy's way, and he turns his head to avoid the dazzle. 2 cops, walkies in hand, emerge from the courthouse and trot down the stone stairs as the SUV stops at the curb. The front passenger door opens and a portly man in a brown suit and ridiculously large white Stetson gets out. A uniformed cop gets out of the driver's side. The TV crew is filming. The reporter starts to approach the portly man who is surely the county sheriff. No one else would dare to wear a Stetson like that. Courthouse cops move to block the reporters, but the portly man beckons her forward. He asks a question, holds the mic to him. For his reply, Billy can guess the gist of it. We know how to handle dangerous men like this. Justice will be done. Vote for me next November. The reporter has her soundbite and takes a step back. The portly man turns to the SUV. Back door opens, and another uniformed cop gets out. This one's an XL, wide body. Billy raises the Remington to port arms. Watching and waiting. Driver joins the wide body. They turn to the open door. Now Joel Allen emerges. Because it's just the arraignment and there's no jury to impress, he's wearing an orange DOCC coverall instead of civvies. His hands are cuffed in front of him. The reporter wants to ask Allen a question. Probably something insightful like, did you do it? But this time the portly man pushes out his hands at her. Allen is grinning at her and saying something. Billy doesn't need the scope to see that. The humongous cop takes Allen by the elbow and turns him to the courthouse steps. They start their climb. Billy slides the barrel of the Remington through the hole in the glass. He snugs the butt plate into the hollow of his shoulder. He puts his elbows on his slightly spread knees. For a shot like this, all the support he needs. He looks into the scope, and the scene down there jumps close. He can see the creases in the portly man's sunburned neck. You can see the key ring jingling and bouncing on the humongous cop's belt. You can see the tuft of Allen's light brown hair sticking up in the back. Billy will put the slug right through that cowlet and into the brain beneath, into the secret Allen's been keeping. The one he's been hoping is his get out of jail free card. This time, the flash of memory is the kids pigpiling on him. When Derek beat him that last Monopoly game, he banishes it. Now it's just him and Allen. They're the only ones in the world. It comes down to this. Billy pulls in an easy breath, holds it, takes a shot. Six. Six. Force of the Slug is free. Force of the Slug frees Alan from the grip of his cop finder. Flies forward with his arms out and hits the steps. The front of his skull gets there before the rest of it. Portly Sheriff runs for cover, losing his ridiculous cowboy hat. The woman reporter also beats feet. Camera guy crouches reflexively but holds his ground. So does the wide-body cop. Dixie Fried Marine Sergeant, who signed Billy up, would have loved both those guys. Especially the wide-body, who takes one glance at Alan and then whirls, pulling his gun and looking for the source of the shot. This guy's got his shit together, and he's quick. But Billy's already withdrawn the 700, drops it on the floor, goes into the outer office, peeks into the hall and sees no one. First flash spot goes off. It's a good loud bang. Billy takes off, sprinting all out for the men's, pulling the key from his pocket as he goes. He turns it in the base and the Yale lock. And just as he slips inside the bathroom, he hears raised, excited voices from the far end of the hall. Young lawyers plus their paralegal and their secretary are headed across to Crescent County, right on schedule. Billy bends over the trash basket, tosses aside the paper towel, and grabs the components of his disguise. He yanks the parachute pants on over his jeans, pulls the drawstring, granny knots it. There's no fly zip. No fly tube. He puts on the Rolling Stone jacket, then looking in the wash basin mirror, he dons the wig. Black hair only falls halfway down the nape of his neck, but it obscures his forehead to his eyebrows and the sides of his face. He opens the men's room door. The hall is empty. The lawyers and accountants, Phil among them, are still gawking at the confusion below. Soon they will decide to exit the building, and at least some of them will take the stairs because there are too many for the elevator, but not yet. Billy leaves the bathroom and starts down the stairs. He can hear commotion below him, plenty of it, but the flight between 4 and 3 is empty. People on those floors are still gawking out the windows. Not on the second floor, though. That's all Business Solutions. And even without the translucent shades, they wouldn't have the panoramic view offered by the street-facing windows higher up. He can hear them clumping down the stairs, babbling as they go. Colin White will be among them, but no one should notice. He now has a doppelganger because Billy will be behind them. And nobody's going to be looking back. Not this morning. Billy pauses just before the second floor landing. He stands there until the thundering herd has dried up. Then continues down to the first floor. Behind the man in khaki cargo shorts and a woman in unfortunate plaid slacks. For a moment, he's forced to stop, probably because there's a jam up in the door, giving on the first floor lobby. This makes him nervous because folks from the upper floors will soon be coming down these stairs. Some of them will be people from 5. You too, Turtles. Enjoy your day, Linda. I'll be here for a bit longer if you want to listen in. Then the crowd gets moving again. 5 seconds later, while Jim, John, Harry, and Phil are still looking out from high above, Billy hopes he's in the lobby. Herb Dean has abandoned his post. Billy can see him on the plaza, easy to pick out in his blue security vest. Colin White in his bright orange shirt, also easy to pick out. He's got his phone raised, taking video of the confusion. Cops running up the street towards the smoke billowing from between the Sunspot Cafe and the travel agent. Cops and bailiffs shouting for people to go back into the courthouse and shelter in place. People running down from more smoke on the corner, yelling their heads off. Colin isn't the only one taking video. Others apparently feeling that a raised iPhone makes them invulnerable are doing the exact same, but they are the minority. Billy sees he is stepping outside. Most people just want to get away. He hears someone yell, "Active shooter!" Someone else is shooting. Someone else is shouting. They bombed the courthouse. Another bawls, "Armed man!" Billy cuts across the plaza to the right, onto Court Street Place, which runs behind the parking garage. He's not alone. Over 3 dozen people are ahead of him, and at least that many behind him, all using this route from the chaos. But he's the only one who pays attention to the DPW transit van parked at the curb. Dana is behind the wheel. Reggie, dressed in the regulation city coverall, is standing by the back door, scanning the crowd. Most of those fleeing Court Street are talking on their phones. Billy wishes he could pretend to do the same, but the Dalton Smith phone is in his jeans under the parachute. A missed opportunity, but you can't think of everything. He knows better than to drop his head because Dana and Reggie might notice that. More likely Dana. But he moves up beside a plump woman who is panting and holding her pocketbook to her breasts like a shield. As they approach the van, Billy turns his head to her and raises his voice in an approximation of Colin White's. And Colin's doing his "I'm the gayest of them all" shtick. What happened? Oh my God, what happened? Some kind of terrorism thing, I think. The woman replies, "Jesus, there were explosions." I know, Billy cries. "Oh my God, I heard." Then they're past. Billy risks a quick look over his shoulder. He has to make sure they aren't looking at him or coming after him. They're not. More people than ever are now using Court Street Place to get away. The crowded sidewalk. They crowd the sidewalk. Reggie is scoping them hard, standing on his tiptoes trying to catch sight of Billy. Presumably Dana is too. Billy speeds up, leaving the plump woman behind, weaving around others, not quite race walking, but almost. He turns left on 2nd Street, left again on Laurel, then right on Yancey. The Exodus is behind him now. The young guy on the street grabs Billy by the shoulder, wanting to know what the hell is going on. "I don't know," Billy says, shakes free and walks on. Behind him, sirens rise in the air. Laptop is gone. Billy yanks out the packing paper, now splattered with globs of Chinese food from the overflowing dumpster, and uncovers nothing but an old cobblestone. Hi, Jura. Stephen King. Book is called Billy Summers. Welcome in, by the way. You're welcome to join the pool if you like, if you own the game. You can Open lobby. Yeah, Billy Summers by Stephen King. Seven. His laptop is gone. Billy yanks out the packing paper, now splattered with globs of Chinese food from the overflowing dumpster, and uncovers nothing but old cobblestone. Very cute. Stephen King book. It was different. Collection of 4 novellas. Yep. I like different seasons. I think my favorite short story one are my favorite work of Stephen King. His mind sideslips back to Fallujah and the baby shoe. Taco saying, "You keep that thing safe, brah." He kept it tied to his belt by the laces. That's against his hip with the rest of the things he carried, that they all carried. He doesn't need the fucking laptop. He has the flash drive with Benji's story on it. Rudy, Taco Bell, and the others still unwritten but waiting in the wings. He can go on once he gets to the basement apartment. There's nothing on the lappy to connect him to his Dalton Smith life. Even if some super uber geek out of a movie could crack the password, the only connection to his Dalton Smith life besides the Jensens is Bucky Hansen. And he has only communicated with Bucky on the phone that no longer exists. But let it go. No choice and no loss. But it feels like such bad luck. Such a bad omen. Almost like a final summation of a shit job. Should have known better than to take. Pounds his fist against the side of the dumpster hard enough to hurt and listens to the sirens. Right now, he's not worried about police. They're all headed to the courthouse where some major clusterfuck is going down. But he has to worry about Reggie and Dana. Once they get tired of waiting, they'll either conclude Billy's gotten trapped in Gerard Tower or that he's crossed them up. He can't do anything if he's still in the building, but if he's decided to abandon the plan and strike out on his own, they can start cruising the streets and looking for him. It's not like that, like the baby shoe, Billy thinks. And hell, baby shoe wasn't magic either. Just magical thinking. The shit that happened after I lost it, means nothing. Fortunes of war, baby, and so is this. Someone found the lappy and stole it. It's gone, and you have to get under cover before the transit van shows up. Rolling slow. He thinks of Dana Edison. Sharp little eyes behind those rimless spectacles. Billy's got past those eyes once and doesn't want to risk giving the man a second chance. He has to get to the basement apartment on Pearson Street, and fast. Billy gets to his feet and hurries to the mouth of the alley. He sees a few cars, but no transit. Starts to turn right, then freezes, amazed and disgusted at his own stupidity. It's as if the dumb self has become his real self. He was just about to head for Pearson Street, still wearing the wig, the Rolling Stones jacket, and the fucking parachute. Like wearing a neon sign saying, "Check me out." He runs back down the alley, stripping off the wig and the jacket as he goes. Behind the dumpster again, he frees the waistband granny knot holding up the idiotic parachute. He pushes them down, steps out of them. He squats and bundles everything together. He shoves the bundle as deep as he can under the crumpled heaps of the bespattered packing paper. Touches something. It's hard, thin. Can it be the brim of a gimme cap? It is. Did he really push it that far behind the dumpster? He tosses it aside and reaches in deeper, leaning his shoulder against the dumpster's rusty side. Smells of Chinese and miasma. His outstretched fingers brush something else. He knows what it is. He can't believe it. He stretches further. His cheek now against the dumpster's rusty side. Grasps the handle of his laptop case. He pulls it out and looks at it unbelieving. You could swear he didn't push it in that far. But it seems he did. He tells himself it's nothing like thinking he threw away the wrong phone. Nothing at all like that. But it is. Agreeing to be in this city so long was a mistake. Monopoly was a mistake. Having a backyard barbecue was a mistake. Knocking over those tin birds in the shooting gallery. Mistake. Having time to think and act like a normal person was the biggest mistake. He's not a normal person. He's a hired assassin. And if he doesn't think like who and what he is, he'll never get clear. He uses a relatively clean swatch of the packaging paper to wipe off the hat and the laptop case. He slings the strap over his shoulder and pulls on the gimme cap, which was once clean and is now grimy. He goes to the head of the alley and peers out again. cop car comes squalling around the next corner. Lights and sirens. Billy pulls back until it passes. Then he heads out, walking briskly towards Pearson's in the apartment. Across from the demolished railway station. He thinks of Fallujah again. The endless sweeps through the narrow streets with the baby shoe bouncing against his head, waiting for the patrol to be over. Wanting to go back to the relative safety of the base a mile outside of town, where there would be hot food, touch football, maybe a movie under the desert stars. 9 blocks, he tells himself. 9 blocks, and you're home. Del Dry. You're home and dry. 9 blocks, and this particular patrol is over. No movie under the stars. That was Billy Summers. Dalton Smith has both YouTube and iPhone on one of his all-tech computers. No violence, no explosions, just people doing zany things plus hissing at the end. 9 blocks. He has done 7 of those blocks, and the more modern part of the city is behind him. When he sees a city transit van roll across an intersection ahead, Billy supposes it could be another DPW transit. They all look the same, but it's moving slow, almost coming to a stop in the middle of West Avenue before speeding up again. Billy has stepped into a doorway. When the van doesn't return, he starts walking again, always looking ahead for cover. Did it return? They came back and see him. He's probably going to be dead. Closest thing he has to a weapon are the keys in his key ring. Unless, of course, Nick was playing straight with him all along. In that case, he might get no more than a harsh tongue lashing. But he has no intention of finding out. Either way, he has to keep going if he wants to get to his apartment building. He pauses at the intersection, looking in the direction of the transit van. He sees nothing but a few cars and a UPS truck. Billy trots across the street, head lowered, helpless not to think of Route 10 in Fallujah, also known as IED Alley. He turns onto Pearson, jogs one final block. There's his building. He has to cross the street to get to it, and he feels an insane itching on his right shoulder blade, as if someone, it would be Dana, of course, is zeroing the sights of a silenced pistol. The near constant wind that blows across the rubble-strewn vacant lot sends a coupon fold-in sheet from the local newspaper against one of his ankles, and Billy gives a little skip of surprise. He hurries along frost-heaved walk of 658, then up the steps. He looks over his shoulder for the transit van. Here he'll see it. but the street is deserted. Sirens are all behind him, like the rest of his David Lockridge life. Tries the keys and it's wrong. Tries another and that one is wrong too. He thinks of the phone he could have lost, the laptop he could have lost, the way he lost the baby sheep. Easy, he thinks. Those are your evergreen streak. Never took them out of your key ring. So chill out. You're almost home free. Next one opens the foyer door. He steps inside and closes. He looks out through the ragged mesh of lace curtain. Maybe Beverly Jensen's work. He sees nothing. Sees nothing. Sees a crow take off. Sees nothing. Sees a kid on a trike with his mother walking patiently beside him. Sees another sheet of newspaper go cartwheeling across the patched pavement. Has time to think. The patched pavement of Pearson Street, and then he sees the transit go slow. Billy holds perfectly still. He can see through the mesh, but Reggie in the passenger seat can see in. You might notice a sudden movement behind the lace curtain. Billy thinks the other one certainly would. Transit van moves on. Billy waits for its brake lights to flash. They don't. And then it's out of sight. He's not sure he's safe, but he thinks he is. Hopes. Goes downstairs and lets himself into the apartment. Not home, just a place to hide. But for the time being, that's good enough. Basement apartments, one window is covered by a length of burgundy cloth. Billy pushes it aside on its rod, sits down, thinking again that the apartment is like a submarine in this window is its periscope. He stays on the couch for 15 minutes, arms folded across his chest, waiting for the transit van to come back. It may even stop if Dana, who is not a fool, who is no fool, decides the place might be worth checking out. Unlikely when there are several run-down neighborhoods ringing the central city, but not impossible. Billy has become more and more sure if they find him, they mean to kill him. Billy has no handgun, although it would have been simple enough to get one. There are gun sales in the area almost every day of the week, it seems. Not that he would have set foot in the building where the sale was being held, when he could have bought a reliable piece in the parking lot for cash. No questions asked. Something simple, 32 or 38, that could be easily concealed. It wasn't forgetfulness in that case. Just hadn't foreseen a situation where he might need one. Although he thinks if he changed the plan without telling Nick, he must have foreseen something. If they do come back, paranoid, but within the realm of possibility, that what could Billy do about it? Not much. There's a butcher knife in the kitchen and a meat. He could use the meat fork on the first one and he knows that would be Reggie, the easy one. Then Dana would do him. When 15 minutes have passed, bogus DPW truck hasn't returned. Billy decides they have either moved on to another part of the city, maybe to check out the house on Evergreen Street, or gone to the McMansion to await further orders from Nick. He closes the curtain, shutting out the view, and looks at his watch. It's 20 to 11. How the time flies when you're having fun, he thinks. Channels 2 and 4 are broadcasting the usual morning drivel, but with crawls about the shooting and the explosion running across the bottom of the screen. The real mother lode is Channel 6, where they have trashed their morning shows to give live at the scene. They've got the goods to do that because someone in their news department dispatched a crew to the courthouse to cover Alan's arraignment and didn't send them to Cody when the warehouse fire broke out. It might have been neglect or outright laziness. He didn't wind up as the head of the news in a small border south city like Red Bluff because you were Walter Cronkite, but whoever was in charge is going to look mighty wise in retrospect.
You are going into the future.
1 dead, no reported injuries in courthouse catastrophe. Reads the Chiron at the bottom of the screen. The correspondent in the red dress is still doing her thing, although she's now doing it on the corner of Main Street because Court Street has been closed off. It looks to Billy like the city's entire police force is down there, plus 2 forensic fans, 1 from the state police. Bill, the reporter says, presumably speaking to the anchor back in the studio. I'm sure there'll be a press conference later, but as of now, we have no official word to pass on. We do have eyes on the scene, though, and I want to show you something that George Wilson, my incredibly brave cameraman, spotted just a few minutes ago. George, can you show that again? George raises the camera, centers it on Girard Tower, then zeroes in on the 5th floor. There's hardly any shake in the image, even at maximum zoom. Billy can't help admiring that. Cameraman George stood his ground when the shit hit the fan, kept his head when those all about him were losing theirs. He got footage that will no doubt go national. And thanks to his sharp eye, he's probably just a step and a half behind the police at this point. He could have been a Marine, Billy thinks. Maybe he was. Just another jarhead bullet sponge over there in the suck. For all I know, I could have passed him on what we called the Brooklyn Bridge, or hunkered down beside him in the Jolan graveyard while the wind blew and the shit. Channel 6 viewing audience, Billy among them, is treated to the image of a window with a shooter's loophole cut in. That is almost certainly where the shot came from, reporter says, and we should know very soon who was using that office. Police may know already. Picture switches to Bill in the studio. He's looking suitably grave. Andrea, we want to run your original story again for people who may have just joined the broadcast. It's really extraordinary. They go to the video. Billy sees the SUV approaching with its blues alight. The door opens and the port of the sheriff gets out. He has big ears, almost Clark Gables. They seem to be anchoring his ridiculous Stetson. Andrea approaches, holding out the mic. Courthouse cop moves in, but the sheriff holds up an imperious hand to stop them so she can ask her question. Sheriff, has Joel Allen confessed to the murder of Mr. Houghton? The sheriff smiles. His accent is southern as it gets, and collard greens. We don't need a confession, Miss Braddock. We've got all we need to get a conviction. Justice will be done. You can count on that. The reporter in the red dress, Andrea Braddock, steps back. George Wilson centers his camera on the opening door of the SUV. Out comes Joel Allen, like a movie star, popping out of his trailer. Andrea Braddock steps forward to ask another question, but backs off obediently when the sheriff raises his hand. You'll never make the jump to the big time like that, Billy thinks. You have to push, girl. He leans forward. This is the moment. It's fascinating to see it from another angle, different perspective. He hears the shot, a liquid whip crack of sound. He doesn't see the damage the bullet does. The editor in the Channel 6 video room has blurred it out, but he sees Allen's body fly forward, hit the steps. Picture joggles and dips as cameraman George goes into his reflexive crouch, then steadies again. After holding on the body for a moment, cameraman pans to the wide-body cop who's looking up to find the source of the shot. Then boom! From up the street behind the Sunspot Cafe, there are screams. Wilson turns his magic eye in that direction to show fleeing pedestrians, Andrea Braddock among them. There's no way to miss that red dress and the smoke billowing out from between the Sunspot and the neighboring travel agents. Andrea starts to come back. Billy has to give her points for that. And then the second flash pot goes off. She cringes, rolls in that direction, takes a look, then jogs back to her first position. Her hair is disheveled. Her mic pack is hanging by its cord, and she's out of breath. Explosions, she says, and someone has been shot. She gulps. Joel Allen, who was to be arraigned for the murder of James Houghton, has been shot on the courthouse step. Everything she's got to say from then on will be anticlimactic, so Billy zaps off the TV. By tonight, there will be interviews on Evergreen Street with people who knew in Evergreen Street with people he knew in his Dave Lockridge life. He doesn't want to see them. Jamal and Corrine won't allow cameras anywhere near the kids, but Jamal and Corrine would be bad enough. And the Fazios, Petersons, even June Kellogg, the boozy widow from down the street. Their anger would be bad. their hurt and bewilderness worse. Their hurt and bewilderment worse. They'll say they thought he was okay. They'll say they thought he was a nice guy. And is it shame he's feeling? Sure. He tells his empty apartment, better than nothing. Will it help if Ken and Derek and the other kids find out that their Monopoly buddy shot a bad guy? It'd be nice to think so, but then there's the fact that their Monopoly buddy shot the bad guy for cover and in the back of the head. Two, calls Bucky Hansen and gets a voicemail. It's what Billy expects, because when unknown caller comes up on his screen, Bucky knows better than to put Dalton Smith in his contacts. Bucky won't answer, even if he's there and thinks it's his client calling from a hick town in the border south. Call me back, Billy tells Bucky, voicemail, ASAP. He faces the shotgun-style apartment, phone in hand. It rings less than a minute later. Bucky doesn't waste time, and he doesn't use names. Neither of them do. It's an ingrained precaution. Even if Bucky's phone is secure and Billy's clean, he wants to know where you are and what the hell happened. I did the job. That's what happened. He only needs to turn on the TV to see that. Billy touches one of his back pocket with his free hand and feels a David Lockridge shopping list there. He has a tendency to forget them after he's finished programming. He says there was a plan. It was all set up. I'm pretty sure a setup was what it was. There's a silence as Bucky chews. He's been in the brokerage business for a long time. Never been caught. Never done. He's not dumb. The last says, "How sure? I'll know one way or another when the man pays the balance, or when he doesn't." Has he? Give me a break. This thing only went down a couple hours. Billy glances at the clock on the kitchen wall. 4 like 3. And how long does it take to transfer money? We're living in the computer age, in case you forgot. Check for me. Wait one. Billy hears clicking computer keys. 1,200 miles north of his basement apartment. Then Bucky comes back. Nothing yet. Want me to get in touch? I've got an email cut out. Probably goes to his fat sidekick. Billy thinks of Ken Hoff, looking desperate and smelling of mid-morning booze. A loose end. And he, Billy Summers, is another. You still there? Bucky asks. Wait until 3 or so, then check again. And if it's still not there, Do I email then? Bucky has a right to ask. 150,000 of Billy's $1.5 million payday belongs to Bucky. A very nice bundle and tax-free, but there's a drawback. You can't spend money if you're dead. You have family. In all the years he's worked with Bucky, this is a question Billy has never asked. Hell, it's been 5 years since he was face to face with the man. Their relationship has been strictly biz. Bucky doesn't seem surprised at the change of subject. This is because he knows the subject hasn't changed. He's the one link between Billy Summers and Dalton Smith. 2 ex-wives, no kids. I parted company with the last ex 12 years ago. Sometimes she sends me a postcard. I think you need to get out of the city. I think you need to catch a cab to Newark Airport as soon as you hang up. Thanks for the advice. Bucky doesn't sound mad, he sounds resigned. Not to mention for royally fucking up my life. I'll make it worth your while. The man owes me 1.5. I'll see you get the 1. This time Billy reads the silence of surprise. Then Bucky says, "Are you sure you mean that?" "I do." He does. He feels tempted to promise Bucky the whole fucking thing, but because he no longer wants it. If you're right about the situation, you could be promising me something your employer doesn't mean to deliver. Maybe never meant to. Bucky thinks again of Ken Hawk, who could almost have Patsy tattooed on his forehead. Did Nick think the same of Billy? The idea makes him mad, and he welcomes the feeling. It beats the hell out of him of feeling ashamed. He'll deliver. I'll make sure of it. In the meantime, you need to get over the hills and far away and travel under a different name. Bucky laughs. Don't teach your grampy how to suck eggs. I've got a place. Billy says, I guess I do want you to send a message through your email cutout. Write it down. A pause, and then give it to me. My client did the job and disappeared on his own. Period. He's Houdini, remember? Question mark. Transfer the money by midnight. Period. That it? Yes. I'll text you when I hear, okay? Okay. 3. He's hungry, and why not? He hasn't had anything but dry toast. And that was a long time ago. There's a package of ground beef in the fridge. He peels open the plastic, wrap and smells it. It seems alright. He dumps half a pound or so into a skillet with a little bit of margarine. While he stands at the stove, chopping up the meat and stirring it around, his hand happens on the shopping list in his back pocket again. He takes it out and sees it's not a shopping list at all. Shan's drawing of her and the pink flamingo, once named Freddie, now named Dave. Although Billy guesses it won't stay Dave for long. It's folded up, but he can see the red crayon ghosts of the hearts rising from the flamingo's head towards hers. He doesn't unfold it, just sticks it back in his pocket. He's laid in supplies for his stay, and the cupboard beside the stove is full of canned goods. Soups, tuna fish, any more beef stew, Bam, SpaghettiOs. Takes a can of Manwich and dumps it over the simmering beef. Wash. When it starts to bubble, he sticks 2 slices of bread into the toaster. While he waits for them to pop up, he takes Shan's picture out of his pocket. This time he unfolds it. Ought to get rid of this, he thinks. Tear it up, flush it down the john. Instead, he folds it, puts it in his pocket again.
January 10th, 1992. Container ship traveling from Hong Kong to Washington loses 12
Toaster pops. Billy puts the slices on a plate, spoons Manwich over them.
currents carry the ducks all over the world.
He gets a Coke and sits down
So months
at
later,
the
they start
table.
washing up on the coast of Alaska, turning this twice a
He
day.
eats what's on the plate
So from the ducky study, you get real
and goes back for the rest.
The accidental duck
He eats that
providing information today.
too.
Almost
He drinks the Coke,
years after they hit the
and as he's washing out the skillet, his stomach knots up and he starts making a chugging sound. He runs to the bathroom, kneels in front of the bowl, and throws up until everything is in the toilet. He flushes, wipes his mouth with toilet paper, flushes again. He drinks some water, then goes to his periscope window. Looks around. The street is empty. So is the sidewalk. He guesses it's often that way on the Pearson Street. There's nothing to see but the empty lot with the sign "No Trespassing, City Property, Danger Keep Out," guarding the jagged brick remnants of the train station. The abandoned shopping cart has disappeared, but the men's undershorts are still there, now caught on a bunch of weeds. An old Honda station wagon passes. Then a Ford Pinto. Billy wouldn't have believed there were still any of those on the road. Pickup truck, no transit. Billy closes the curtain, lies down on the couch, closes his eyes, falls asleep. There are no dreams, at least that he can remember. Back in a minute, chat. Need to take out the trash Monday morning. That's just chill out. ducks. I will be back.
e orario. Previsioni del tempo sull'Italia per domani. Al nord generalmente poco nuvoloso, salvo locali aumenti della nuvolosità sull'arco alpino, dove non si escludono nuvoliche maschi.
You are going into the future.
Ehi mamma, stavolta hai fatto un minestrone cazzo.
Ogni famiglia è composta da un maschio e un 5 femmine, ognuna delle quali riproduce da 1 a 3 animaletti per giornata. Io faccio il fotografo e quando ho fame vedo tutto bianco e nero.
All right. Four. His phone wakes him up. It's the ringtone. So Bucky must have news to detailed to put in a
È
text.
il calcare. Il calcare
Only it's not
graffia,
Bucky.
graffio dopo
It's
graffio,
Bev Jensen.
rovina il tuo bucato, come rovina la
And
lavatrice.
this time she's not laughing. This time she's what? Not crying. Cackling. More like the sound a baby makes when it's unhappy. Drizzling. Oh, hi. Hello. I hope I'm not a watery gulp, not bothering you. No, Billy says, sitting up. Not at all. What's wrong? At that, the grizzling escalates into loud sobs. My mother's dead, Dalton. He really is. Well, shit, Billy thinks. I knew that. He knows something else. She's drunk, Dalton. I'm very sorry for your loss. In his muzzy state, that's the best he can do. I called because I didn't want you to think I was a horrible person, laughing and carrying on, talking about going on a cruise. You're not going? This is a disappointment. He was looking forward to having the house to himself. Well, I guess we will. Dawn wants to. I guess I do too. We had a little bit of a honeymoon on the Cape. San Blas. That's on what they call the Redneck Riviera. But since then we haven't been anywhere. Just I didn't want you to think I was dancing on my mama's grave wreath. I didn't, Billy says. This is the truth. You had a windfall and you were excited. It's perfectly. At this, she lets go completely, crying and gasping and snorkeling and sounding like she's on the verge of drowning. Thank you, Dalton. Dalton comes out like her husband. Thank you for understanding. Maybe you ought to take a couple of aspirin and lie down for a while. It's probably a good idea. Sure. There's a soft being, and it has to be Bucky. I'll just say goodbye. Is everything good there? No, Billy thinks. Everything is mega fucked up. Bev, thanks for asking. Everything's fine. I didn't mean it about the plants either. I'd feel terrible if I came back and found Daphne and Walter dead. I'll take good care of them. Thank you. Thank you for so very, 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 very much. You're very welcome. Have to go, Bev. Okay, darling. Thank you very, very, very. Talk soon, he says, and ends the call. The text is from one of Bucky's many communication, and it's brief. Big Poppy 982. No transfer of funds yet. He wants to know where you are. Billy texts back under one of his own communication aids. Diz 77. People in hell want ice water. Thank you for the redeems. If you heard that crack, that's the sound of my back. 5. He scrambles some eggs and heats some tomato soup for supper. And this time he's able to keep it down. When he's finished, he puts on the 6 o'clock news, turning to the NBC affiliate because he doesn't want or need to watch the Channel 6 video again. An ad for Liberty Mutual is followed by his own picture. He's in his Evergreen Street backyard wearing a smile and an apron that says, "Not just a sex object, I can cook." Others in the background have had their faces blurred out, but Billy knows them all. They were his neighbors. Photo was taken at the barbecue he had for folks on the street, and he's guessing it came from Diane Fazio because she's always clicking pics, either with her phone or her little Nikon. He notes that his grass, he still thinks of it as his, looks damn good. The super beneath the picture says, "Who is David Lockridge?" He's pretty sure the cops already know. Computer fingerprint searches are likely split these days, and his dabs are on file from the Marine Corps days. This is the man police believe is responsible for the brazen assassination of Joel Allen on the courthouse steps. One of the two anchors says, "He's the one who looks like a banker." The other anchor, the one who looks like a magazine model, picks up the narrative. His motive is a mystery at this point, and so is the method of escape. People are certain of one thing: he had help. I didn't, Billy thinks. It was offered, and I turned it down. Seconds after the rifle shot, says the anchor, there were 2 explosions, one across from the shooter's location in the Girard Tower, and the other from behind a building on the corner of Main and Court Street. According to Chief of Police Lauren Conley, these weren't high explosive devices, but rather flashbangs of the sort used at fireworks shows and by rock and roll band. Magazine model anchor picks it up. Why then go back and forth like that? Billy doesn't know. It's a mystery. Larry Thompson is on the scene, or as close to it as he can get, because Court Street is still blocked off, Larry. That's right, Nora, Larry says, as if confirming he's really Larry. Behind him is yellow police tape, and around the courthouse, the misery lights on half a dozen cop cars are still flashing. Police are now working under the assumption that this was a carefully planned mob hit. Nailed that one, Billy thinks. At her press conference today, Chief Conley revealed that the suspected shooter, David Lockridge, probably an alias, has been in place since early summer, using a unique cover story. Here's what she had to say. Larry Thompson is replaced with a clip of the chief's press conference. Sheriff Vickery, he of the ridiculous Stetson, isn't in attendance. Conley starts in with the story about how the shooter, he doesn't bother calling him the suspect, pretended to be writing a book, and Billy turns the TV off. Something is gnawing at him. 6. Half an hour later, while Billy is in his Jensen's second floor apartment, fritzing Daphne and Walter, he comes to a decision. He had no plans to leave his basement apartment on the day of the shooting. Had in fact planned to stay there for several days, maybe even a week. But things have changed, and not for the better. There's something he needs to know, and Bucky can't help him with it. Bucky did his job, and if he's smart, he's now on a plane getting his ass out of the fallout zone. If there is fallout, that is. Billy still can't be sure he's not just jumping at shadows, but he has to find out. He goes back downstairs and dons his Dalton Smith disguise. This time inflating the fake pregnancy belly almost to full, not neglecting the horn-rimmed glasses with the clear glass lenses, which had been waiting on the living room bookshelf, with his copy of Thief's Requiem. It's deep dusk now. He has that going for him. Zoni's is relatively close, and that also is on his side. What he doesn't have going for him is the possibility that Nick's guys are still combing the streets. Frankie Elvis and Paul Logan in one vehicle, Reggie and Dana in another, and it won't be the transit van this evening. But Billy feels it's a risk worth taking, because they'll certainly believe he's in hiding by now. He may even think he's left the city, and if they should happen to cruise by him, the Dalton Smith rig should work, or so he hopes. He decided he needs a burner phone after all, and he doesn't beat himself up for having thrown away a perfectly good one that morning. Only God can foresee everything, and it's not on the level of stupidity, like almost leaving that alley wearing his Colin White gear, and work like Billy's, wet work, not to put too fine a point on it. You make your plan and hope the stuff you don't foresee won't show up and bite you in the ass, or put you in the little green room with an IV in your arm. I can't get nailed, if I do, fucking plants are going to die. Everything in the sad little strip mall is closed except for the Zoni's convenience store. And Hot Nails is never going to reopen at all. Windows are soaped over, and there's a legal notice of bankruptcy taped to the door. Yeah, I know I only have one spine. But it's an old one and it's lasted this long, so it's doing pretty good. Two Hispanic dudes checking out the beer cave are the only other customer. There's a stack of boxed fast phones between the display of energy shots and the one holding 50 different variants of snacking cakes. Billy grabs the phone and takes it to the checkout. The woman who got stuck up, Wanda something, isn't behind the counter. It's Middle Eastern looking dude instead. That it? That's it. Says Dalton Smith. He tries to speak in a slightly higher register. It's another way of reminding himself of who he's supposed to be. Clerk rings him up. Comes to just under $84. With 120 minutes thrown in, it would have been as much as $30 cheaper at Walmart, but beggars can't be choosers. Besides, in Wally World, you have to worry about face recognition. It's everywhere now. This place has video cams, but Billy's betting they recycle every 12 to 24 hours. Pays cash. When you're on the run or in hiding, cash is king. The clerk wishes him a nice night. Billy wishes him the same. It's now dark enough that the few cars he meets are running with headlights, so he can't see who's behind them. There's an urge, or maybe it's an instinct, to drop his head each time one approaches. That would look furtive. Can't pull down the brim of the gimme cap either, because he's not wearing it. He wants the blonde wig to do its thing. He's not Billy Summers, the man both the police and Nick's hardballs are looking for. He's Dalton Smith, a small-time computer geek who lives on the Poe side of town and has to keep pushing his horn rims up his nose. He's overweight from eating Doritos and Little Debbie's in front of a computer screen, and if he puts on another 20-30 pounds, his walk will become a waddle. It's a good disguise, not overdone, but he still breathes a sigh of relief when he closes the foyer door, 658 behind him. Goes downstairs, turns off the overhead light, pushes back the curtain of his periscope window. No one is out there, the street is deserted. Of course, if he's been spotted, it's Reggie and Dana, he's thinking of, not Frankie and Polly, or the police. Could be moving in front, in from the back. There's no sense worrying about what you can't control. Doing that is a good way to go crazy. Billy closes the narrow curtain, turns the light back on, and sits in the room's single easy chair. It's ugly, but like many ugly things in life, it's as comfortable. It's also comfortable. He puts the phone on the coffee table and looks at it, wondering if he's thinking straight or just indulging in paranoia. In many ways, paranoia would be better. Time to find out. Frees the phone from its box, puts in the battery and plugs it into the wall charge. Unlike his previous burner, it's a flip phone. Kind of old school, but Billy likes it. With a flip phone, if you don't like what somebody is saying, you can actually hang up on them. Childish maybe, but strangely satisfying. Charging doesn't take long, thanks to Steve Jobs. He got pissed when he couldn't use a device the second he took it out of the box. Off the rack devices like this come with 50% charge, already cooking inside. The phone wants to know what language he prefers, so he tells it English. It asks if he wants to join a wireless network. Billy says no. He plugs in the minutes he's paid for, making the necessary call to Fast Phone HQ to finish the transaction. His minutes are good for the next 3 months. Billy hopes by then he's on a beach somewhere, and the only person in his possession is the one that goes with his Dalton Smith credit card. Home and dry, that would be nice. He tosses the phone from hand to hand, thinking about the day Frank McIntosh and Paul Logan took him to the house in Midwood. A trip he now wishes he had never taken. Nick was there to greet him, but not outside. Billy thinks of his first visit to the rented McMansion. Nick once more there to greet him with open arms, but again, not outside. Next he thinks of the night Nick told him about the flashbangs and pitched the getaway. Just get in the back of the van, Billy. Relax and take a ride to Wisconsin. There'd been champagne to start, and baked Alaska to finish. A service couple, probably local and maybe married. Cooked the meal and served it. Those two had seen Nick, but as far as they knew, he was a businessman from New York who was down here to do some kind of deal. Gave the woman some money and they were on their way. Back and forth goes the burner. Right hand to left, left hand to right. I asked Nick if Hoff was going to plant the flash pots. Billy thinks, what did he say? What did he call him? Grand figure. Putana. wasn't it? Which meant son of a bitch, or son of a whore, or maybe motherfucker. One of those. The exact translation hardly mattered. What did matter was that what Nick said next. I'd be sad if that was your opinion of me, because the Gran Figlio di Puttana was the designated patsy. It was Hoff, who owned the building shot came from. Hoff, who procured the gun. Now the police had it, and they'd already be trying to trace it back to the point of sale. And if they got there, make that when they got there, what would they find? Probably an alias if Hoff had any sense at all. But if the cops showed the seller Hoff's picture, there goes your ball game. Ken winds up in a hot little interrogation room, willing to make a deal, eager to make it, because he believes that's what he does best. Except Billy's betting that Ken Hoff is never going to get to that little room. He's never going to talk about Nikolai Majarian because he's going to be dead. Not dead already. Billy got that far weeks ago. But the 6 o'clock news was taking him to a conclusion he should have reached sooner. He might have if he'd spent a little less time playing Monopoly with the Evergreen Street kids and taking care of his lawn and eating Korean's cookies and schmoozing with the neighbors. Even now, what he's thinking seems impossible, but the logic is undeniable. Ken Hoff and David Lockridge weren't the only ones who were out front, were they? All right, everybody. We're coming up on 8 hours, so I'm going to. We'll continue reading that back on. Actually, I might do a couple extra days. Most likely sometime on Tuesday.
Ehi mamma, stavolta hai fatto un minestrone scato.
Kind of nice, it's relaxing. Ducks. Cool. It's jello. I am definitely that's a long time to read, and it's rough on the vocal after a while. But hopefully you guys have enjoyed it. I'm really proud of the book myself. Gonna try to resist the temptation. Really don't. Well, I might just a little bit. That way, when I read it to you guys, it'll be a little more rehearsed. So, watch for we'll be going live. Try not to miss the book. If not, that's all right. Enjoy the read while I'm doing it. I'll see you guys again. By the way, thank you for the subs and resubs. It's been really nice to see you guys do new follows. Squeaky Belt, thank you very much for coming in and taking part. Really appreciate you being here, listening to the book. Hopefully you're enjoying it. But until I see you guys again, love y'all. Thank you for being here. Thanks for being part of this. Thanks for hanging out. Remember, at the
Il calcare grazia e grazio dopo grazio rovina il tuo